रावेरकर सर गुड मॉर्निंग. आवाज येते सर? रावेरकर सर अनम्यूट करा सर.
गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग.
आवाज येतो ना सर?
येस सर. येस सर.
रावेरकर सर गुड मॉर्निंग. आवाज येतो
गुड
सर?
मॉर्निंग. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. आवाज येतोय.
रावेरकर सर
माझा आवाज येतोय का?
अनम्यूट करा सर.
अनम्यूट आहे. गुड मॉर्निंग सर. गुड मॉर्निंग. आवाज येतोय?
हा सर येतोय सर.
हा.
ओके थँक्यू सर.
ओके सर. ओके. मी आहे मीटिंग मध्ये आहे.
ओके ओके. We will start today's session within 5 minutes.
ए हर्ष, हे जरा सेट कर ना मग जा. हे कसं झालंय बघ बरं. चालू आहे. बरोबर जे आहे ते नंतर. ओके. सचिन सर गुड मॉर्निंग.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Patil sir, sharp 10 ला start करायचा.
Yes, yes. Within 2 minutes I will start.
With national anthem.
Yeah, yeah. Good morning to all. This is second day of International Conference on Emerging Advancement and Challenges in Science, Technology and Management. Morning session will start from the national anthem.
अधिनायक जय हे
क्लोजिंग
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
After all, today's introductory speech given by the Mr. Sachin Bhosle. Sachin Bhosle is the convener of this conference. He is presently working as a coordinator of Department of IT, CS, BMS, ICS College Head. He has published more than 20 research papers at national, international, in the reputed journals. He has already organized one international level faculty development program. He is doing his PhD work. Now may I request to Mr. Sachin Bhosle, please give your introductory speech.
Good morning, all. I welcome to all participation and dignitaries, especially our chairman, Advocate Anandraoji Bhosle, our president, Hirachand Parshuram Butala, our secretary, Mangesh Bhai Butala, and vice president, Nanda Kumarji Gujarati. Our conference chairperson, Dr. G.B. Sarang sir, convener, Dr. A.M. Sheikh, and our advisory committee, Dr. Anuradha Muzumdar madam, Srivar Mangai madam, Registrar Dr. Balaram Gaikwad sir, Rajendra Patil sir, Hiran Dand sir, Yogesh Sharma from Rajasthan, Dr. Sujata Iyer, Satish Pradhan College. Especially our Kulguru, Dr. Subhash Pednekar sir, Hiware sir, Dr. Raverkar sir, Khade sir, Pawar sir, and Murumkar sir. Also, our international advisory, Sri Manali Sheikh, Tharu sir, Khan sir, Koinkar sir, and our organizer secretary, Bhalerao sir, Patil sir, organizing joint secretary, Pujari sir, Sajali madam, and research paper review committee, Gumre sir, Patil sir, Kekane sir, and organizing committee member, Sagar sir, Bhosle madam, Ashwini madam, Jadhav sir, Sable sir, SM, our college registrar SM Sheikh, Sakpal sir, DM Shinde sir, Samadhan Sheikh and Savarkar. Also technical support team, Sagar sir, Kapdi sir, Shailesh Sutar, and Amol Kamble, Deepak Mandavkar, Swapnil Mahadi, and all my colleagues to welcome today international conference behalf of ICS College and University of Mumbai. Now playing Kara.
Thank you, Bhosle sir.
Wait, sir, wait. Good morning. It's my pleasure to welcome to all the opening of International Conference on Emerging Advancement and Challenges in Science and Technology and Management in Education. This is the first one of new series of annual academic conference exploring how technology could be effective and utilized in teaching, learning, and education administration. For many years, the Open University of Mumbai has been co-organized conference in similar area. I am digitized to see that our institute has organized a new series of annual conference that capitalize on our strength and have built on our common commitment to promoting effective technology in diverse mode of education. The conference adopt a timely theme, emerging investment challenges in science and technology and management. Technology has prevented into virtually all areas in operation of education and invited with education practices to effectively benefit from technology application. It is essential that education professionals set themes ready to transforming their practices and keep identifying effective way for transformation in their context. If you take a look at the conference program, you will agree that this inaugural conference is going to be busy and productive. There is a lot to offer for today event. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the conference organizing committee for their delegating work. I would like to thank participation, especially those of you coming from abroad, from joining and sharing his valuable experience and ideas. It's essential to bring together expert the field of technology in education so that we can realize together to technology for education. We will offering emerging advance in science and technology conference aims bring together leading academic scientists, researcher, research scholar to exchange and share their experience and research result on all aspects of emerging advance in science and technology conference. It also provide a primary interdisciplinary platform from research partners and educators and present and discuss the most recent innovative trends in concern, as well as practice challenge, announcement, and solution adopted in the field of emerging advance in science and technology conference. The purpose of conference is present the last research result, the theory and practices of management, as well as create platform for sharing through conducting discuss on identifying the emerging challenges in this area and finding correction solution. This conference containedly a wonderful addition of our calendar in closing. I hope that all of you enjoyed the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sachin Bhosle, sir. Thank you for your today's introductory speech. Now, today's first source person is Dr. Deepak Raverkar, sir. Raverkar, sir, presently working as a principal of Sundarrao More Arts, Commerce and Science College, Polatpur district, Raigad, since December 2018. He has worked as Vice Principal and Head of Department Commerce at Dr. C.D. Deshmukh Commerce and Sau KG Tamne Arts College, Roha district, Raigad. His 36 years of experience at UG and PG level. He is also working as a member Board of Studies in Commerce since March 2018 in University of Mumbai. He is also working as a member of Advisory Committee of NSS, University of Mumbai since last 2 years. He has worked as a Chief Moderator and Chairperson and member of the Paper Setting Committee since 2008 in the subject of Marketing and Human Resource Management at TY BCom and Strategic Management at MCom. He has worked as a chairperson and member of Local Inquiry Committee, Syllabus Committee, etc. of University of Mumbai. He has written 20 textbooks for commerce students through SAIT publications since 1991. He has also written 6 books for UG and PG students of Institute of Distance Education for the University of Mumbai. He has published more than 48 research papers in peer-reviewed or indexed printed journals or online journals and presented research paper at international and national as well as state level. He has been invited as a resource person and chairperson of the session in many conferences, workshops, and seminars and NSS camps. He is working as a research guide. 4 students are currently pursuing their PhD under his guidance. He is working as a referee for the review of the thesis and dissertation at MPhil or PhD level in Pune as well as in Nagpur University. He has worked as a referee at Avishkar research competition at zonal level of University of Mumbai. Now may I request to Dr. Deepak Raverkar, sir, please your lecture.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Hello.
Yes, sir. Good morning, sir.
I'm audible to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good morning to one and all. Sahajivan Shikshan Sanstha's ICS College, Khed, Department of IT, Computer Science and Management Studies, Department of Chemistry, and IQAC jointly organizing with University of Mumbai the today's conference on the topic Emerging Advancement and Challenges in Science, Technology and Management. Honorable VC of the University of Mumbai, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, sir. Respected Chairman of Sahajivan Shikshan Sanstha, Honorable Advocate Anandrao Bhosle, sir. Honorable Secretary Sri Mangesh Butala sir, Honorable Principal, my friend Dr. GB Sarang sir, the conference convener, Aqua Coordinator Dr. AM Sheikh, as well as IT head of the department and the conference convener, Professor Sachin Bhosle, all organizing committee members, resource persons, dignitaries on the dais, and all the delegates of the conference. Dear friends, from the last 1 year, we are all in a pandemic situation and facing the different challenges at the workplaces, day-to-day activities, and in our domestic activities too. The management is not exception to this. The management in general and corporate management in particular have various issues and challenges. Dear friend, we know in this pandemic situation, the number of uncertain things are happening, and definitely that may be due to the mismanagement of the activities. As the yesterday's example of the fire in a hospital took the 15 lives, or the day before yesterday's instance at Nasik hospital, because of the oxygen leakage, and it took the 25 lives, and the different activities regarding the hospital are also facing the same challenges of the management. Management is really important one in the proper organizing of the activity. But here are some of the most common challenges the managers are facing due to this pandemic situation. Actually, the conference arranged on a very relevant topic of the advancement and the challenges in the science, technology, and the management. This topic is really the burning one, and we all need to focus on this topic very seriously. You take the example of the education. We are going from a very critical situation. Our students are away from our education institution, and we are conducting classes online, examinations online, a different type of management we require to get the things done. So in this pandemic situation, the different executives or the managers in the corporate sector have the different challenges at present. For example, there is the decrease in performance level. Every organization or the manufacturing unit is worried about the decreased performance level. It is to be work understaffed, maybe 50%, maybe 15%, or the complete staff is not available for managing the things. There is a lack of communication, as we are meeting on virtual conference now. Otherwise, we should get together in the Khed College ICS. But because of this pandemic, we not able to meet together. So there is a lack of communication. The communication is going on through the internet, maybe email, maybe WhatsApp, and the other social medias. And therefore, it results into the poor teamwork. The team is not meeting physically, and therefore they cannot share their views and the ideas, or they can't solve their problem effectively. There is a pressure to perform. Mainly, many problems like transportation, electricity, or the communication or the internet connectivity, and that all the problems results into the low performance at the work. And that pressure to perform the work is also the important challenge for the manager. There is the problem of time management. There is the problem of inadequate support. And mainly, this all results into the weak work culture. Work culture is specifically created by the shared things, or the shared language, or the shared actions, or the shared feelings. And this work culture helps us to get the work done together, and it results into the good teamwork. The changing economic world is throwing the new challenges. Dear friend, the management concepts and the practices are shaping tomorrow's history. A number of changes are taking place which are influencing the work of managers, and therefore the managers has to take a note of these all the problems or the challenges which are coming in the present situation because of this pandemic or because of this variety of the reason. Mainly the organizations has the problem of the globalization. The problem of the globalization, as our Indian economy is opened up from 1991 and our business world is entered in new era. The world economy is becoming increasing the global in character, and managers will be involved in the management of global organization. In the global organization, the language is different, the currency is different, the culture is different, and they will need to think globally and act locally. Today, more than 1/4 of all goods produced worldwide cross the national boundaries. So it is one of the main emerging challenge before our industry, that is the globalization. I'm trying to throw first the light on specific important challenges of the management which has to be faced in the present situation. The second challenge is there, that is the quality, means the quality assurance and the productivity. Nowadays, the qualities of the goods and services has become utmost important because there is no limit. There must be continuous improvement in quality. Quality improvement has no boundary. It is the race without final line. If the quality is not properly maintained, the business will be out of the race. And therefore, this is the important issue before the corporate sector. The third important challenge before the corporate is there, that is the workforce diversity. Day by day, our workforce is becoming more diverse. Organizations are becoming heterogeneous in terms of ethnicity, their age, or the gender, or the nationality, and the group, etc. People having different religious, different nationality works together under one roof, and they are from the different background, they have the different nature, and they show the different behavior at the workplace. So this work diversity is to be managed by the managers and the corporate sector very carefully. How to manage such diversified workforce is a great challenge for the managers. If such diversified workforce is managed properly, organization will be highly benefited because they also bring diversified skills and knowledge. Another important challenge before the today's corporate is there, that is the innovation and the change. Innovation is the important thing for the every organization, every corporate sector. Without that, the organization cannot be survived. Management must pay attention on innovation and change. Otherwise, they would be out of the business. Rapid innovations are taking place in technology, in product and services. Product life cycle is getting shorter and shorter. Product needs continuous improvement in the lifespan is to be made long. Now, new ideas, new techniques, or the new methods are being innovated. There must be the new inventions of ideas, new invention of product, and old and outdated product cannot be satisfy the customers. So this is one of the important challenge of innovation and a change before the management. Another important issue of the management is there, that is the empowerment of the teams. The team building is the important issue before the every business. And the management has to empower their employees by giving motivation. The manager should provide the work full control over their work by promoting self-managed teams and encouraging maximum participation. More information is provided to employees to make them aware of problems of their organization. So this empowerment, giving the involvement to the employees in the day-to-day activities in the way of the participative management is also the one challenge. The another important issue before the management is there, that is the downsizing. Day by day, the corporates are interested to increase their profit by reducing the size of their employees structure. Now, it does not mean to reduce the volume of the work or the volume of the production, but the downsizing or the reduction in force has been going on in the last some years. Every company is restructuring its organization and laying off their employees who are no more required. Downsizing is mainly important for the reduction in the cost of production and improving the profit level of the business. And therefore, this downsizing of the workers is also the issue before the management. The another important issue is there, that is the contingent workers. These contingent workers are in the form of the part-time or the temporary workers. Some of the labor experts contend that the contingent workers make up to 13% of the workforce, while others say that the figure is as high as 30%. The percentage of the contingent workers is increasing every day. And these contingent workers we are seeing in every field, including our education. So the contractual workers, part-time workers, clock hour basis workers, this is the important issue before the management. The last but not least important challenge before the management is a technology. Day by day, the technology is changing. Rapid changes are taking place in the technology. The today's invention becomes useless tomorrow. And therefore, how to utilize the advanced and sophisticated technology has become the another challenge for the management. Tremendous advancement has been made in production, in distribution, and information technology. Introduction of the internet, email, and the other social electronic media have benefited organization in the field of the production, distribution, and the other areas of the business. Organization must train their employees about the new technology. Only with the new technology, organization can compete with other competitors. Now I have tried to focus some of the important issues or the challenges before the today's manager in the corporate sector particularly, and the managers or the executives in general in the every field of the organization. Now, what is the solution for this? How the managers can cope up with this problem? How the managers can solve this problem or the challenges at the workplaces? The result in the form of the production, in the form of the productivity or the quality, it can be obtained with the help of the manpower resource only. That is, the today's language is said the human resource. Human resource is an asset of every business. Without the proper handling and the organizing the human resource, the expected goals or the objectives of the business cannot be achieved. When we hire the human resource for the different activities in the business, that is to be properly organized, properly managed, and properly controlled. And that is called only the management. And therefore, the management is mainly concerned with the creating the specific atmosphere or the healthy environment for the employees to work enthusiastically with zeal and the efficiency. And therefore, in my opinion, a very important reason or the very important important issue for getting this work or the getting this total efficiency is the work culture which exists in the business, which exists in the organization, not only in the corporate sector but everywhere, where the people comes together, where the people work for one common objective, where the people works for one common goal. In that area, this concept of the work culture is applicable. What is the work culture? Actually, this work culture refers to work life or the work systems, and it includes work habits or the work standards, which results into the behavior of the individuals towards each other and their attitude towards the organization. What attitude the workers or the employees have about their organization automatically results in their action. जसं मराठीमध्ये आपण म्हणतो, जे पोटात असेल ते ओठावरती येईल. In that way only, if the people or the employees think that this organization is mine, this organization is giving me the bread and butter, and therefore I have to work hard. Therefore, I have to work with my zeal and efficiency entirely. Then only we can develop a good work culture. So work culture has a major influence on motivation, on productivity, and job satisfaction. If we observe these all the things, then we see that this work culture is somewhere disturbed in this time of the pandemic, as well as in the situation of the challenges. So the organization has its own culture, tradition, methods of action, which in turn constitute its climate for the people who work in it. This work culture is reflected by the many things. For example, the shared things. That means, what is the particular consideration of the people about the way of the people dress? You take the example, say when we go in the court, all the lawyers are wearing the black coat and a white pant. So that is the shared things. Uniform dress code they follow. In a corporate sector also, the workers wear the blue shirts, or our security forces wears the khaki colors the dress. So that way, these shared things is the important factor of the work culture. Then the shared language. This is also the important thing in the work culture. What language we shared, how to get down to work, and that affects in the work culture. Shared action. When someone is going to do the best work, giving the customer services, for example, so the others also shared things, and that action is also becomes the part of the work culture. Shared feeling. What is the feeling in the group of the people or the group of the employees? That also the important for creating the work culture. So work culture must be healthy. Work culture must be strong. So we can divide the organization having the good work culture or the strong work culture, and the soft work culture, that means the weak work culture. So in the work culture, when we say the strong or weak, that it depends on the intensity of the shared values. That depends on the members' attitude. When the members of an organization intensely hold and widely share its core values of the culture, it is said strong work culture. Work culture is strong when the people do things because they believe it is the right thing to do. Orientation and rewards may be used to increase the degree of the sharedness. Strong work culture is the system of shared meanings or the held by the organizational members that distinguish the organization from other organization. And where we see that values are not shared properly, it results into the weak work culture. And definitely that happens on the health of the organization. So healthy work culture that created by the various systems or the methods or the many traditions followed by the organization. So variety of characteristics can be described for the healthy work culture. If we have the acceptance and the appreciation for the diversity. Nowadays we find there is the problem of the regionalism, there is the problem of the languages. So definitely our groups of the employees do not accept the all employees together. Acceptance and appreciation for diversity is essential. As I explained, the important issue of the management is the globalization. When the organization go out of the boundary of our country, they have to match with the others' expectation or the others' laws and regulation or their various traditions. In that way, we should appreciate the diversity. Regard and the fair treatment to each employee and their contribution. This is also the important, significant feature of the healthy work culture. Employees' pride and enthusiasm or their zeal for doing the work is also important part of the healthy work culture. So this healthy work culture is to be created and it will solve the problems of the management at the large extent. If the work culture is developed properly, people works together without any dispute. If they accept the working diversity, if they share the values and work with zeal, accepting the positive attitude towards the business goals, then definitely we will able to solve the different issues and the challenges of the management. If we have taken the overview of the work culture in the world, we see that the developed countries have the different work culture. The European countries have the different work culture. Take the example of the USA. The different studies on the trends of the work culture in the developed countries like UK or the USA, Japan or the Germany revealed the comparatively high quality work culture prevailing in these countries because the workers of these countries are better educated, better nourished, and well paid. If we observe these three things, better educated, better nourished, and well paid, that differs the work culture in our country. The work culture in developed countries is found synergic in nature. The existing work culture for the few countries like USA is professional and casual as well. In America, we see the peoples are more punctual. They are time bounded. They take the big decision with the participative management. They communicate the healthy thoughts amongst their group. They give the positive stroke to their friends and the working team. And that results into the productivity. That results into the quality of the work. And therefore, the one important things I will like to share with you, the people from this USA or the UK do not carry the tensions and the worries of their office to their home. They spend their maximum time for the home. They are punctual for the timings. They come on the right time for the work. They work wholeheartedly at the workplaces and leave the offices also on the proper time. So they don't carry any pressure or the stress at home. Regarding the performance appraisal process in Western countries, they make a better balance in practice. We found that in our India, we don't like to convey the faults or the mistakes of our colleagues or the employees directly. We hesitate to share that wrong things or the mistakes of our colleagues or the subordinates. According to one study, it is found that the Japanese are harder than any other country. They work better, we know, after the Second World War and after the stroke of the two hydrogen bomb, the Japan is still a leading nation in the Asia and in the world. The Japanese manufacturing ministry calculated that the Japanese workers worked on an average for 2,146 hours annually compared to 1934, means 1,934 hours by Americans. The British workers work for 1,957 hours or 1,799 hours by the French workers, 1,728 hours by the West Germany, and only 1,456 hours by Indians. So we work less in comparison to the advanced countries or the developed countries. In Japan, workers from any field, maybe in manufacturing, maybe in firm, or maybe in office, throw themselves in the work. And it because of the history of Japan, including the recent post-Second World War history and social as well as cultural factors existed in the country. So in that way, these all the countries which are developed and they have a healthy work culture or the strong work culture. And if we compare that work culture in our country, we find somewhat different, somewhat weak work culture. It might be because of the multi-ethnic, multifaceted, or the heterogeneous reasons. We have a different culture, we have a different religions, we have the different languages, and these all the traditions or the multifaceted features create the unity in diversity, makes the Indian culture. We have the unity in diversity. जसं म्हणतात की आपल्याकडे 6 मैलावरती भाषा बदलते. In that way, there is a diversity in the language, in their wearings, in their traditions, in their festivals. So in India, every day there may be a festival of someone. Every day there may be a vacation to some religious group. And therefore we spend the maximum time for the vacations, for the holidays. So these holidays and the vacation is the important issue in our country. If suppose the 1 lakh workers are absent on the work due to some important festival, so 1 lakh man hours lost, which cannot be compensated in the future at any cost. And therefore, according to this survey, it is said that the people in the India have some sort of the resistance to their work. The work is not accepted by heart. Actually, it was not our tradition. In India, in Bhagavad Gita, it is said that the karmanye vadika raste ma phaleshu kadachan. म्हणजे आपण कर्म करत जावं and don't expect the fruits. फळाची इच्छा करू नये. So the karmanye vadika raste and ma phaleshu kadachan, it was the slogan given by the Bhagavad Gita, and we were working on the same line in the past. But in the present situation, after the post-independence, our loyalty towards our work or the attitude towards the work is somewhat disturbing. And therefore, the work is not accepted. The work is not considered as a worship. We consider that is a duty, and that duty is the binding. And when the binding comes, then automatically the people tries to resist the work, tries to avoid the work. So delay in the work, delay in the action creates the red tapeism. What we observe in our government organization, there is the word red tapeism. So in that red tapeism, mainly the people tries to kill the time. We are ready to go home and wind up all the tiffins and bags before the 1 hour. If the office is going to shut down at 5:30, so at 4:30, all members of the staffs are ready to leave the office. So this attitude or the tendency also results into the wrong work culture or the unhealthy work culture. So in the light of this globalization and the changing scenario of the business and industry, it is highly important to undertake the different techniques for the human resource development, which will ultimately results in improving the work culture for individual performance as well as the overall productivity. India is a glorious country. We have the large amount of the natural resources, resourceful manpower, age-old civilization, talented people. So we actually see and experience today, whether in industries or business houses or in service sector, that the capacity of the people must be improved by using the human resource development techniques. And that human resource development technique is mainly concerned with the development of the team building. Team building is an important solution for the improving the work culture in the business. In the light of the importance of the teamwork, group pressure will automatically result into changing non-work culture into healthy work culture. It is observed that punishment don't result in improvement in the performance. Peer pressure is good for better performance. This requires developing team spirit at the workplaces with the common goals. And therefore, some suggestions can be given for improving this work culture and the team building in the business concern. That is the change in workers' attitude. As I explained, the attitude is important. The positive attitude results into the voluntary actions and the support to the activities. And therefore, the change in the workers' attitude is the important parameter for the developing good work culture. Attitude plays an important role in improving the work culture. Management indeed has a big responsibility in bringing about the change of heart. Throughout the world, it is not less than a revolution in the way of work is being managed. Positive attitude leads to happiness and success and can change the fate of individuals and the whole organization. Employees who are satisfied with their job generally perform better. One of the job of a manager is to help employees develop good attitude and outlook about the job. So this changing attitude is very important. For improving the positive attitude, you have to change in mentality. You have to set the examples before the workers. You have to do the stress management. The employees comes under stress by the various causes. So that stress management must be there. There must be a recognition of their identity. So if we follow these some principles for improving the attitude, then definitely the people may change their heart. We must have the committed workforce for developing the good work culture. The workforce must be committed to the work. It means that the one cannot be pulled together for the work there. The work must be done voluntarily. The wholehearted support must be there. And therefore, there should be the simplification of the control system. In our olden corporate sector, the strict control systems were there. A long hierarchy of the managers, the long hierarchy of the bosses. And therefore, that strict control may affect on the performance of the people. So there should be the simplification of the control. The responsibility should be pushed to the downwards. In our Indian culture, we see that who is responsible? The responsible is the head person, and the head person has the duty and obligation to complete the work. The others may not have the responsibility, or the subordinates may not have the liability. So they must be answerable, and therefore the responsibility to be pushed to the downwards. Faith in the ability of the workforce. The managers must show the trust or the ability on the workers. So this is the important things for improving the committed workforce. You have to change the management attitude also, because the workers' attitude and the management attitude These are the two sides of the one coin. And therefore, as we say, the clapping is not possible by one hand only. So the management and the workers should come together with the positive attitude. So management attitude is also important to make the successful turnaround. And therefore, the trust on the workers is important. The management must have a trust on the workers. They must involve them in the work. They should recognize their identity, keep them informed. Actually, in our Indian scenario, we see that some things are kept very confidential. That should not be go up to the bottom. And therefore, it is necessary to share the things, keep them informed, make them accountable, and that will be result into the good workforce. So this changing atmosphere is important. We have to create the workplace efficient also. Workplace efficient, it means that there should be the standardization of the work. The work should be allotted to equally to the people. There must be some work norms. There may be the same work pressure. There must be the superior subordinate leadership, education and training. The role of leadership plays a very important things in the developing the strong work culture. So there must be this particular efficient workplace culture, which improves the people's behavior, which improves the people's participation in the activities. The last but not least, there must be the sense of fulfillment. The fulfillment is that the workers must be happy. The workers must be satisfied by giving them the monetary benefits, by giving them the welfare activities, by giving them the participative management technique. We should accept them in every activity. We should give them representation. We should provide them some sort of the welfare activities, maybe education, maybe children playground, maybe some sort of the say awards for their continuous service in the business or the organization. So this advancement provided by the organization to their staff is automatically results into the good work culture. Safety and security is important issue. As we are seeing, the many corporate sectors are not giving the preference to the safety and security because it results into the increased cost of production. So the safety and security must be there. The grievance handling is important because, as we say, justice denied or delay in justice is justice denied. So that delay in justice should not be there. The grievance handling is properly, the proper machinery should be set for the grievance handling. So these are some of the say remedies to create the good workplace environment, good workplace work culture, and that will help to solve the management issues or the management challenges. Dear friends, I have taken some more time for explaining these challenges of the management, but I am very much thankful to the Sachin Bhosle sir specifically and the Dr. G.B. Sarang sir, principal of the college, for giving this opportunity to me to highlight on these management challenges in my particular opinion. And therefore, I am very much thankful to this organizing committee and the principal and the management of this conference from the bottom of my heart. I'm also thankful to the delegates and the dignitaries for listening me patiently here. So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ravarkar sir, for your lecture. As a resource person is very informative, analytical, and resourceful. Thank you once again, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now today's second resource person is Professor Thirunukkarasu Kannapiran. He is a distinguished academician and researcher with over 23 years experience. From this 23 years experience, 17 years for teaching and 6 years for software industry. He is currently working as a professor and head of data science division, Kannavati University, Gandhinagar. He has completed bachelor degree in computer science from University of Madras, 3 master degrees in computer science and engineering from Bharatiya University, Priyar University, and Anna University. He has also completed PhD in computer science and engineering and postdoc. He holds 2 executive educations on advanced business analytics from IIT Hyderabad and data analytics with Python from IIT Guwahati. He has filed 7 patents in IPR Government of India. He has presented and published 31 research papers at both national as well as international level, which includes in Scopus, SCI, ESCI, IEEE Explore, and Springer also. He has various appreciations and achievements to his credit that includes Best Faculty Award, Research Award, and IBM Coordinator to float specialized programs. He is guest editor of 2 books in CRC Press, Wiley Publications, and indexed in Scopus. He has few certifications to his credit from Oracle, IBM, and Vimeo in the courses of Business Intelligence, DB2, Data Mining, and Predictive Modeling and Cloud Computing. He is an active member of various professional societies, which includes IEEE, IAENG, LMCSI, and LMISTE. His research interest includes big data analytics, machine learning, business intelligence, software engineering, S4HANA, cloud analytics. Now may I request to Professor Thirunukarusu Kannapiran sir, please give your lecture as a resource person.
Morning. I'll present here. Myself, Dr. Thirunukarusu Kannapiran, working as a professor and head of the Data Science Divisions, Karnavati University, Gandhinagar, Gujarat. I welcome you all for the 2 days international online conference on emerging advancement and challenges in the science and technology management. Before proceeding to the topic on data science, I would like to give 4 words on this conference. More than 50 years ago, John Tukey called for a reformation of academic statistics in the future of data analysis. He pointed to the existence of as an yet unrecognized science whose subject of interest was learning from data or data analysis. A recent and growing phenomenon is the emergence of data science program at major universities. Teaching in these new programs has significant overlap in curricular subjects matter with traditional statistics courses. In general, though the new initiatives steer away from close involvement with the academic statistics department. Thus, the 21st century has been data science centric. I'm very happy and proud to be part of the advisory team and resource person of this wonderful conference called 2 days international online conference on emerging advancement and challenges in the science, technology, and management, which organizes by Sajivan Shikshan Sansas, Srimati Indira Mahadev, Begharai College of Arts, Sriman Chandulal Sheth College of Commerce, and Srimati Shobhanatai Chandulal Sheth of College of Science, Khed District, Ratnagiri, Maharashtra, India. NAC accredited and receiver of this college award 2017-18 by University of Mumbai, and IQAC in collaboration with University of Mumbai, Science and Technology, Department of Information Technology, the Management, Sajivan Shikshan Sanstha always think and voluntarily takes responsibility of being global leaders in education, lies with knowledge should reach us to the society, the researchers, faculty and students. In a nutshell, in the service of the nation, and education is an instrument of empowerment. I'm grateful to the wonderful team of this conference. Thank you, organizers. Now, I would like to go for your presentations on importance of data science in 2021. So the agenda of the data science is going to be like this. What is data, database, DBMS, big data, and why it is data science, emerging technologies, application of data sciences, what exactly the data science is, tools for data science, and conclusions going to be agenda. So as we know, data is a collection of fact, figures, statistics which are processed to produce meaningful information. Example could be weight, price, cost, or item sold, employee name. It could be anything. Okay, so the dimension of the data is keep change every day, every year. It's a collection of interrelated data stored together in a single locations, or could be distributed in the different locations. Okay, the example could be payroll systems, employee informations, computer information systems. When you talk about why databases, so there are different type of database. The database dimension keep changing. It could be like centralized, decentralized, that is called as a distributed, NoSQL database on the cloud. Okay, so it could be hierarchical and many more. You may be knowing about the software like DBMS software like SQL Server, Oracle, SAP HANA and S4 HANA, and many more like Salesforce as a domain. When you talk about DBMS, what does it mean? It's a software system that is used to create, maintain, and provide the control access to user database. What does it mean? Which means when you want to access each and every file, every time you need to write the program that is called as API that need to be helpful to call each and every file whenever you want to store, whenever you want to retrieve, whenever you want to update. Okay, so now what happened, the DBM software is replaced so all these traditional concepts. Okay, so DBM software is going to take care entire things, whatever you need to store into database, whatever you want to update, everything will be taken care by DBMS. Okay, we'll have the central access. Okay, when you talk about data science, it's an interdisciplinary field that uses scientific methods, process, algorithm, and system to extract knowledge and insight from the structured and semi-structured and unstructured data. And we are going to apply knowledge, and finally we are converting into a actionable insight from data across a broad range of application domains. The domain could be anything. It could be insurance, it could be analytics, it could be health sectors, or industry manufacturing sectors, and so on. It's related to data mining, machine learning, big data. Data science is the study that deals with large volume of data using model tools and techniques. The tools and techniques keep on change. Okay, the source is going to be Wikipedia. It's not necessary to define the same way. Okay, so data science, which is related to multiple different domains. When you talk about data types, there are two different data types. Basically, one is called as qualitative data types, which fall into the two category. One is nominal and ordinal, and next one is going to be quantitative. We are going to measure it discrete and continuous. So when you come to the data science, when you look the data science, how it's related to different other domains, which is going to be given in the Venn diagrams 2.0. When you look the diagrams, data science, machine learning, mathematics and statistics, traditional software, traditional researchers, and subject matter expert will be get integrated into data science. Okay, when you see the second diagrams, artificial intelligence, you know very well about how the natural intelligence is going to be converted into a artificial intelligence. Okay, how to mimic the human behavior. It has having the data science, further data mining, machine learning, deep learning, and reinforcement learning, and so on. When you look at the definition of the machine learning, what is the machine learning is? It's application of AI that provides systems the ability to automatically learn and improve from experience without being explicitly programmed. Okay, so basically, artificial intelligence, how integrated into a machine learning. Okay, so we are going to teach the machine. There are two different types when you look into machine learning. Okay, so whatever the input you're going to give, finally the output layer is going to give the output. It's going to identify, predict what type of objectives it is. Okay, when you look the diagrams, data will be getting to the machine. Finally, the algorithm is going to prepare a model. Different type of data will be getting to this model. Finally, the prediction will happen. Okay, so when you take the deep learning will have one or more layers further. So you see the best example for machine learning is application called Siri. So whatever the question you're going to ask, it's going to give the answer. Okay, best example, when you ask the Siri, what the distance between your locations and subway, it's going to say exactly the location is 4 kilometers away from subway. When you see the two different types of machine learning, one is supervised, another one is unsupervised. When you talk about supervised learning, the label, the data is known to you. Finally, is going to predict with the responses. When you talk about different types of supervised learning, further divided into two things. One is called as classifications, another one is regressions. Okay, so classification is going to be further divided into many more, like the answer going to be yes or no, true or false. When you talk about regressions, relationship between two or more variables, where a change in one variable is associated with the change in other variable. Okay, there will be a variable called dependence variable, another one is independent variables. When you talk about application of supervised learning, it could be risk assessment, fraud detections, image classifications, visual recognitions. When you go for the second machine learning model, it's called as unsupervised learning. What happens? Maximum of the time, the machine may not be knowing data. Data is unlabeled. Okay, this type of data is going to be very difficult to predict. So you're going to use unsupervised learning methods. It could be categorized into two. One is called as clustering, another one is called as association. Okay, so when you talk about application of unsupervised learning, market basket analysis, MBA, semantic clustering, delivery, store optimizations, you're going to identify accident prone zones in daily day-to-day activities. You might have come across all these examples. While traveling from one place to other places, you might have come across in the road prone accident areas, or the real-time examples of unsupervised learning. Okay, so when you look for these machine learning algorithms, machine learning divided into classical learning, ensemble learning methods, reinforcement, again classical learning, further into unsupervised and supervised neural networks and deep learning, okay, and so on. This is going to be a cheat sheet which is comprise all machine learning algorithms into one. When you look different criteria, types of machine learning algorithms, the source is going to be from IntelliPad. The definition, types of problems, how we are able to differentiate the data types based on supervised, unsupervised, and reinforcement learning. What could be training and what type of approaches being used in these machine learning algorithms? What exactly the data science? I already told you it's interdisciplinary methods. Okay, so data science applying advanced statistical tools to existing data to the new generate, and you are going to add up service changes, finally smarter work. It is in a nutshell multidisciplinary, which is going to integrate multiple domain in fact. Okay, so solution is going to be data as a better idea. Lots of data is being collected, warehoused, stored somewhere, web data, e-commerce, financial transactions, bank and credit transactions, online trading, purchasing, social network. We keep generating a lot of data. How much data do we have? When you look 2020, 44 zettabytes of data being generated worldwide. By 2025, the amount of data generated each data is going to be expected to reach 463 exabytes globally. Take from Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Amazon stores at least 1,200 petabytes of information. The world spends almost $1 million per minute. Electronic arts process roughly 50 terabytes every day. It would be 75 billion IoT devices keep generating worldwide by 2025. By 2020, 9 out of every 10 people aged 6 and above would be digitally active. When you look for data science, there are 3 different characteristics. One is going to be data velocity, data volume, data variety. Data velocity, you look real time, near real time, periodic batch. So how, at what speed it's going to processed. When you talk about volume, how much data volume getting generated every day, starting from kilobyte to petabyte. We are going to deal with variety of data. Data could be centralized, decentralized, data could be structured, semi-structured, and unstructured. We're going to deal with variety of data in day-to-day life. You look here, different types of data which we have: relational, text, semi-structured, graph data, social networks, semantic web, streaming data, images and videos. So earlier we talk about text data, structured data. Now the data dimension keep changes. Variety of data, types of data. When you look for a roadmap to the data science, particularly in transportations, we have autonomous vehicles, traffic management, smart parking, how automatically the parking could be done, automatic incident detections to find out the incident areas, decision making, how we are going to optimize it in the transportations. The second domain called manufacturing domain, how to check the quality. The day-to-day life, you're going to work in the manufacturing, the industry, how quality get checked, management, how to manage it, faster, more reliable designs, reduce environmental impact, demanding the forecasting, so that we can come to know how much is going to be required in the future from the industry. Healthcare sectors deals with surgical robots, virtual nursing assistant, automated diagnosis, dosage error reductions, early detection of critical illness, health monitoring and alert. Okay, it's completely applicable for healthcare. Consumer behavior, product recommendations, in future, image-based searching, social media analytics. I mean, look for applications, potential annual value by 2026, which are the key drivers for the adoptions. It's listed out here for the health sectors. When I talk about fintech technology, financial technologies, we deals with various techniques in banking sectors in terms of fraud detections, preventions, risk management, investment predictions, customer services, loan underwriting, trade settlements, money laundering, and many more could be the example for fintech. When I talk about weather management, how do you predict weather forecasting for tomorrow, next week? When you see the Google predictions, Google Analytics always deals with the weather forecasting for today, for entire 24 hours. Finally, it captures, predict automatically within the fraction of a second. We are able to see in the pictorial representation form. It will happen through different visualization techniques and software tools. When you look for the different data for data science, we already discussed about nominal, ordinal. Look for the data science process. What does it mean? Where to start, where to end, obtain the data, scrubbing, where you are able to apply various process in terms of ETL, extract, transform, load, explore, preparing the model. Finally, you're going to interpret the data that could be converted into actionable insight. Will be helpful for taking the further decisions. Spectrum, you see the left side, complexity, horizontally business values, starting from low to high, reporting, business intelligence, predictive analytics, machine learning, finally going to be artificial intelligence. You see the example chatbot, neural networks, robotics, deep learning, forecasting, and finally you're going to work with the dashboards. Dashboards is going to be give you complete information about the industry. We'll have KPI, key performance indicators. This could be called as a spectrum. Software tools. Many software tools are available for the data science. You look how demand is going to be there for data science and what type of role is going to be there. I'm going to play this a small video.
To know
Any type of the video link is given. You can refer further also. See, when you look for the skills for data science, everybody's having the confusions. What type of skill set one must have? Okay, I given in a nutshell, like fundamentals, technicals, whatever tools could be SQL, data modeling, cleaning, data integration, warehouse. When you look for the tool side, Oracle, any type of DBM software, or SAS, Scikit, Weka, RapidMiner, MATLAB, Python, these are going to be open sources. Again, Big Data, Hadoop, Bogod, Cassandra, Python for data science, Java, IBM Cognos and SPSS model is going to be a commercial software. Suppose somebody is going to work on this Cognos, SPA modeler, when you are the license versions, you can do it. Spotfire, Tablix. And when you look for the professional skill set, storytelling, visualization techniques, how to work with the presentation, how to prepare your reports, and so on. So if you are going to have any one of these skill sets which is given here, will be useful for you for the data science. Tools for handling volumes of data. Starting from Excel, MS Access, SQL, Hadoop, Hive. Tools for handling variety of data. Different DBM software, SQLite, MySQL, Oracle, SQL Server, and deals with structured and unstructured and semi-structured. Tools for handling velocity, streaming data, stock trading, fraud detections. Do you know more than 1 terabyte data is generated during every sessions at the New York Stock Exchange. When you look for the toolkit for data for science, toolkit for data science, what does it mean? You can work with the data framework. Like lots of frameworks are available as open sources. So in this slide, I'd given you these things. Okay. So next one, online learning platform is the best for data sciences. Further, you want to explore, you can go for using online learning platforms. It could be Coursera, edX, Udacity, IBM, California Institute of Technology, DataQuest, KD Nuggets, open source data science masters, Udemy, NPTEL, Atal. Okay, so when you want to go for learning, everything is free. But you want to go for certification, you need to pay for that. So further, you want to refer, you can refer these references. I have taken all these contents from Analytics Vidya, Datafly, and paper called Kamal A. Nazareth, Computer Science and Mathematical Science, College of Engineering and TSU. And the paper called What is Data Science? Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your lecture. Is very informative for us as a resource person. Now, next resource person is Dr. Hiren Dunn. Dr. Hiren Dunn is the coordinator of Department of Information Technology at Mulund College of Commerce. He is adjunct professor and guide at Sri JJT University, Rajasthan. He is also working as a coordinates the placement of BSc, MSc, IT students. He has nearly 3 decades of teaching, research, and industrial experience. He has worked with Computron IT India Private Limited as a Vice President Technology. He has obtained his BE in Electronics Engineering, Mumbai University, and MTech in Information Technology from AAIDU Allahabad. He has completed his PhD in computer engineering on increasing energy efficiency of mobile phones by offloading tasks to cloud. He has published research papers on various topics in national and international journals. He has authored several books like PL SQL or Web Programming, OOPS, Internet Technology, and more. He is the member of syllabus committee of BSc IT and MSc IT, University of Mumbai. He has conducted workshops on different subjects and has been a resource person at various workshops and conferences. He has worked in various capacities at University of Mumbai. Presently, he is the member of ad hoc board of studies in IT. He has 8 students registered under his for his PhD under his guidance. He has been awarded Lifetime Education Achievement Award for his outstanding achievements and remarkable role in the field of education. Now, may I request to Professor Hiren Dunn, sir, please deliver your lecture as a resource person.
Hello everybody. It gives me great pleasure to be here today at the 2-day International Conference on Emerging Advancement and Challenges in Science, Technology and Management, organized by Department of Information Technology, Computer Science, Management Studies, Chemistry, Zoology and Physics, and IQUEC of ICS College of Arts, Science, Commerce and Science, Khed, Ratnagiri, in collaboration with the Faculty of Science and Technology, University of Mumbai, and University Department of Information Technology. I would like to thank Dr. Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, Shri Hirachand Butala, President, Sanjeevan Shikshan Samstha, Shri Nandakumar Gujarati, Vice President, Sanjeevan Shikshan Samstha, Shri Mangesh Butala, Secretary, Sanjeevan Shikshan Samstha, Advocate Shri Anand Rao Bhosle, Chairman, ICS College, Khed, Principal Dr. G.B. Sarang, the conference chairperson, and Professor Sachin Bhosle and Dr. A.M. Sheikh, and the dynamic team for organizing such a wonderful conference. Behind organizing such conferences, let us discuss in brief. We have all seen over last year how this pandemic has affected the world. Well, the first advantage I will talk about is fresh perspective. By seeking continuous improvement and renewal professionally and personally, we can keep ourselves sharp. We must not forget to sharpen our saw. We cannot get busy with so many things that we forget to sharpen our saw. If you have read a very nice book by Dr. Stephen Covey, 7 Habits of Highly Successful People, he gives an example that how there was a person who had nothing much to do. He wanted to earn some money. He went everywhere but he could not get a job. Finally, he was passing by a forest, and he found a wood dealer in the forest. So he asked the wood dealer, "Can you give me some job?" The dealer said, "I have only one job of cutting the trees." So he said that, "Okay, let me just try that way. At least I'll get some money." So next day early morning he started with a fresh saw, and he worked very hard throughout the day, and he could manage to cut 3 trees. Said, "Okay, he got good amount of money." He thought, "It was my first day and still I could cut 3 trees. That means tomorrow I will earn much more." Second day he started early morning, worked very hard, and by the end of the day he could see he could cut only 2 trees. So he started wondering what could be the reason. Today I went early, I worked so hard, but I could only finish just 2 trees. Maybe I was tired of the previous day. Let me take good night's sleep, let me take good food, so that next day I can work more harder and cut more trees. So he had a sound sleep. Next third day he went still early morning. He went there and started working very hard. But by the end of the day, he could complete only cutting 1 tree. So he started wondering what is happening. When I am putting in so much of effort, where am I lacking? Why is it that I am decreasing cutting the number of trees? What is the moral of the story? He was so busy thinking about cutting the trees, he forgot to sharpen his saw. As a result, after the first day cutting of 3 trees, the saw became blunt. And he put his hard effort, but without sharpening his saw, he found that the efforts were going in vain. So in no way we should forget to sharpen our saw. We should always remain fresh. We should always think about new ideas. The second advantage is networking. By participating in conferences, we develop a strong professional network, which has become one of the key perspectives for professional success. In fact, research indicates that successful managers spend 70% more time networking than their less successful counterparts, and that people with rich social networks are better informed, more creative, more efficient, and better problem solvers than those with limited social networks. So, such conferences provide a tremendous opportunity to network. There can be attendees from company, from academia, everywhere. So there can be good strong bonding between the industry and the academia. The third advantage is learning. All of us should have a quest for learning. The conferences provide blended learning environment with multiple opportunities for individuals to learn and engage or in wide array of formats. Conferences typically provide, as we see, a lot of guest speakers, breakout sessions, one-on-one engagement. There could be group outings and events for social interaction. The learning facet of conference can expose attendees to new ways of operating and can help them discover ways to be more productive. Whichever way an individual learns best, there are multiple ways to learn something new and impactful. And of course, it sparks new ideas. Conferences are great ways for participants to be inspired by fresh ideas, to start rethinking the status quo, and to hopefully leave ready to tackle the challenges in creative and innovative ways. Conferences also allow individuals to share their progress, hurdles they've come across, and techniques devised to solve them. After hearing from leading experts and visionaries on how they found success, attendees are inspired and encouraged to think outside the box, which leads to successful outcomes for the employer, for the organization where they are working. So I'm sure that all of you present here are going to take away a lot of things from this two-day international conference. We always see that a lot of research happens in universities and colleges abroad. Same way, we need to cultivate the habit, we need to cultivate the interest among ourselves and amongst the students to do research, bring out new ideas. Everyone present here, everyone on the earth has some idea, an innovative way of thinking. And it is for us to bring out those things from us within ourselves and put this on paper and suggest new ideas. Research is very different from invention. In research, we want to see how we can do whatever things are happening in a different way. How do we devise new methods for that? And that is what is called as research. Invention is something very new, something which is not there, something new what we have found out. But innovation in research are existing things doing in a different, better way. Today, I am going to talk about blockchain. And what exactly is blockchain? What is blockchain technology? We all must have heard about Bitcoin, cryptocurrencies. That is just one part of blockchain. There are multiple applications of blockchain. Why this entire thing got developed? So when it came to authenticity and security of data, there has always been a question mark. Blockchain emerged as technology to promise the authenticity of data. The blockchain is a distributed ledger of data which is immutable in nature. The structure is like a growing list made of blocks, and each block holds an encrypted data which is actually cryptographic hash map of the previous data, timestamp and new data. So what is it actually in blockchain? Every new block has hash of the previous block. Every new block has the hash of the previous block. And of course it has the timestamp and new data. For the very first time, it was Satoshi Nakamoto, and hypothetical name because no one knows the actual existence, who published his paper on blockchain with implementation of Bitcoin. His identity is still not clear, whether it was an individual or a group of people. So what exactly is blockchain? We know what is database. All of us know database is a collection of tables which have related data organized in form of rows and columns. It is generally stored in a centralized server. And if someone gets unauthorized access to database server, then entire data can be compromised. To do away with this, decentralized, distributed database was introduced, and that's exactly what blockchain is. So blockchain is decentralized, distributed database where everyone involved in transaction has a copy of the database. Any new transaction must be consented by everyone, and the same needs to be updated in everyone's copy. So if someone hacks into one of the nodes of blockchain network and modifies it, the same won't be reflected in the rest of the node's copy. thus failing it to prove its authenticity. So it is very difficult. I will not say impossible because new things are coming up, but very difficult to compromise on blockchain database. So what is interesting here? Though the data is distributed among everyone who is involved in the transaction, the data is not visible to all. The data is encrypted using very complex algorithms, and data is only readable by the rightful owner. Any new addition or an update will always happen at the end of the list, and the list is immutable. So every addition and every update is logged and recorded. This makes the whole transaction traceable end to end, from where it originated, which were the intermediate nodes it visited, and to whom it was sent. Everything is traceable. There are three types of blockchains: public blockchain, private blockchain, and consortium blockchain. And blockchain is modification resistant, means we cannot just modify blockchain. Let us talk about these three types of blockchains. The public blockchain, it is a blockchain network where anyone can join the network and transact in it and become a validator in it. Private blockchain, this is the blockchain network where network administrators invite others and grant membership so that they get access rights. And consortium blockchain, it is semi-decentralized blockchain network. It requires permission, but a single organization will be running a node of blockchain. Let us take an example. So scenario where there is blockchain network and all have database having house address of people, and the rule is only house owner can change his house address. So let us say Mr. A, being the house owner, raises a query to change his house address, and the query is shared across the network. People know that A is the owner, and then consent, and the address gets changed in everyone's database. Any changes that compromise the integrity of databases will not be entertained by blockchain. And this is the reason blockchain is called as the trust protocol. What is required, to learn blockchain? Blockchain is in all fields, in banking, finance, healthcare, everything, everywhere there is blockchain. You name the industry and blockchain, some application will be there. You can always explore blockchain in education. What are the applications of this technology? Of course, cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin, Ripple, Ethereum, Pi. Then they can be employed in patents, copyrights, and smart contracts for properties. These would just hold log of who owned it, to whom it was sold, and again there cannot be multiple sales purchases of the sold ones. Many banking services are employing blockchain for validation and authentication purposes. In the Middle East, UAE, they are planning to convert the entire banking system on blockchain. Companies that deal with e-business will be able to manage their supply chain management using blockchain. All the applications can be done using blockchain. It is highly secure. What are the advantages? First, though it is vulnerable to security threats, it is relatively safer when compared to centralized system, even in crash handling mechanisms. This eliminates or nullifies the limited involvement of people, giving equal rights to everyone. Because it is distributed, helps to create an online identity of your own. The greatest advantages lies in the potential applications of blockchain. You name the field and blockchain is there. What are the hurdles? Why is blockchain still, it has been almost for now 10 years, and why still it is not seen everywhere? First is, it requires research and skill. So very first hurdle is knowledge and understanding. Second, speed of transactions, data management and verification involves a lot of fast innovation and adaptation becomes challenging. Coming up with these ways of adopting blockchain technology along with traditional mechanism like banking sector is difficult. They're not impossible, but it is difficult. As of now, there is no global standard on how blockchain must act. Only we know how it works. Anonymous and irreversible kind of blockchain attributes might not be appreciated by all users because of different use cases. Major obstacle would be convincing the society to adopt this technology. It will take time for us. Just now when we have money, we feel we are rich. With blockchain, everything will become like cryptocurrency. It won't be in hand. Everything is of us, belongs to us, but it is not in our hand. It is saved somewhere on some node, including our own node. Another disadvantage is that because it is distributed, it needs a lot of computational resources and it can turn out to be fraudulent. And we know we will never catch or know whom to catch if there is a fraud. So these are the different, this is a brief introduction to blockchain. Blockchain is the future. It is used in every field. To start with cybersecurity. Blockchain is very helpful in cybersecurity. It helps in providing security of data and there are less chances of being attacked. The information cannot be modified without any authorization. The data is mainly verified and encrypted using cryptography. Digital currency, the main application for which the blockchain came into existence. We all know about Bitcoin and its popularity, and that it is a digital currency. The price of Bitcoin has flown that was never observed with any other currency or money. It is also being said that paper money is not the future of payment, but rise of Bitcoin proved the future of digital currency, and blockchain is the next future technology which assures the security and reliability of this. Advertisement. There is a lot of digital advertisement going on in the web or the internet, but it is facing a lot of challenges like frauds, price issues, traffic, payment models, and lack of transparency. These issues can be resolved with the help of blockchain as it provides transparency to the supply chain and is the trust. This allows the correct or trusted companies to succeed and decrease the wrong things supply chain. The large advertisement companies are looking for this technology to grow their business around the world. Blockchain is one of the great futures in the advertisement industry. Forecast. Blockchain has great future to alter the complete process of research, consulting, analyzing and forecasting. It helps in creating the distributed prediction market globally with the help of online platforms. Internet of Things and networking. Blockchain has great future that is being widely used in domains like Internet of Things and networking. There are many companies which are using this technology to create distributed IoT devices. This will remove the requirement of central location to manage the different devices and communication between them. It will work as a ledger for massive number of devices. These can communicate with each other to upgrade software, handle errors, and observe energy practice. Supply chain, very vast application of blockchain. So blockchain is used for managing supply chain. It is possible to document transaction in the everlasting distributed record and supervise the transactions more steadily and transparently. It helps in minimizing the human errors and delays in time. It is also used to monitor costs, employment, and releases at every point of supply chain. Of course, world trade. Blockchain is also used in managing world trade. It is valuable to business particularly and makes easy for tracking and supply chain for anyone. It helps in tracking the shipment numbers easily to avoid any loss of shipment details. It enables the various practices to be involved in the process in order to follow the defined procedure from start to end. This technology helps in tracking down fake products like medicines, food products, cloth products, auto parts, etc. So blockchain will be an important future technology. And why future? It has already come now. We can use blockchain everywhere. Presently, we are going through the pandemic, and we can apply this blockchain to pandemic. What we can do? Presently, a lot of research is concentrated around COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19 pandemic brought to fore the importance of authoritative data and authenticated data sources in medical field. From early days of reporting cases and hospitalizations around the world, individual test results reported by test providers in and outside the regular labs, to vaccine supply chains and vaccination records as shots in the arms ramp up, the health authorities, researchers, pharma industry and regulators depend on accurate, real-time, trusted data from vast number of diverse government and commercial organizations. As in some cases, distrust of government authorities makes it vital that data is stored in a tamper-evident manner so that its integrity can be audited and proven. Perhaps then it is not surprising that blockchain solutions have been used to enable these capabilities. All the big organizations, be it Oracle, Microsoft, Amazon, everyone has support for blockchain. Embracing the needs of healthcare community and supporting customer and partner deployments as a part of COVID-19 fight has been significant focus for blockchain team during pandemic. Bringing our goals to fight and helping partners and customers make a difference. Okay. Scientists around the world depend on data sources from variety of data, national and international, whichever data. But they can always trust the authenticity and integrity of data they download and reference in their results. Is it always true? No, it may not be, because whatever data is available online may or may not be good. So what we need to do, we need to think what exactly research we can do. And once we are done with it, we need to put it on paper. So do it. Don't just stop after this conference. Continue further. We need to do a lot of research. This pandemic has to stop. How long can we lock down the entire country? Everywhere we see fraud. Injections are making fraud. They become too costly. They are doing wrong type of labeling. Supply chain gets delayed. So if we use the model of blockchain, we can prevent all frauds and everything will be in this distributed, decentralized database. So I expect that all, one and all present here are going to do a lot of research after this session. No one is going to stop here. So with this, once again, I thank Professor Sachin Bhosle, Dr. A.M. Sheikh, Principal Dr. G.V. Sarang, and all the trustees, board of directors of Sanjeevan Shikshan Sanstha, and of course, Dr. Suhas Pednekar, Vice Chancellor, University of Mumbai, the Chief Patron. So thank you all of you and all the best.
Thank you, Hirendran sir, for your valuable information for us as a resource person in this conference. Now, next resource person is Professor S.P. Chauhan. He is presently working as a professor and head of zoology, School of Life Sciences, Swami Ramanand Tirth Maharashtra University, Nanded. His teaching experience is 28 years for UG and PG. He has published 55 research papers in the international journals with H-index 7, I-10 index 5, and total citations is 127. He has edited 8 books and published 2 books. He is more than 115 conferences working as a chairperson and presenting his research work abroad like China, USA. He has completed postdoctoral program within 2 months in Czech Republic. He has awarded 7 PhD students under his guidance and 7 MPhil students under his guidance. He is also working as a visiting faculty at Rajiv Gandhi Central University and Itanagar, Arunachal Pradesh. He has completed 4 research projects under his project. Near about 40 lakh fund should be utilized for this project. His special achievement is selected as a member scientist in 39th Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica in 2019-20. His subject expert, his interest of subject is ecology and biology of birds, taxonomy, Iceland fisheries, and he is also working as a member at Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar University as a research committee member at Aurangabad University, Solapur University, Nagpur University, Jalgaon University, Annamalai University, Bhartai University, Amravati University, and Kolhapur University. Now, may I request to Professor S.P. Chauhan sir to deliver a lecture for us as a resource person in this conference.
So welcome to all the
So welcome to all the participants for the 2 days international online conference on the theme the emerging advancements and challenges in science and technology and management, which is going to be held from 23rd to 24th of April 2021. It is online and it is held at it is a program at ICS College of Arts, Commerce and Science at Khed district, Ratnagiri. For organization of this conference, the members of this institution, President Sri Hirachand Butla, then the Vice President Nandakumar Gujarati, then the Secretary of this institution Sri Mangesh Butla, and Chairman Anandrao Bhosle, who is also Chairman of ICS College, Khed. To organize this conference, the untiring efforts taken since long by the conference chair, Dr. G.B. Sarang, the principal, ICS College, Khed, and the conference conveners, Sri Sachin Bhosle, who is a faculty for computer science and technology of this college, as well as Dr. A.M. Sheikh, who is coordinator of IQAC and HOD of the zoology, who is also a conference convener. Similarly, I have to note here the efforts by various other faculty members like Dr. Sushil Ghumre, who is faculty of chemistry of this college. Also, his colleagues have planned this conference and given opportunity for the researchers of University of Mumbai and other universities in the state to create a platform for discussion on this emerging advancements and challenges in science and technology and management, this main topic. So for this conference, the organizers and the members of this institution, chairperson and the president and all the authorities have given opportunity to discuss with you and called me here for keynote address as a keynote speaker. And on this occasion, I will share with you my thoughts and my research experience as well as the expedition experience, and that's why I have selected topic based on my recent participation in Indian Antarctic Expedition Program. I was a member scientist in 39th Indian Scientific Expedition to Antarctica at Maitri Station. So related to this research activity, I have selected the topic. The title is Antarctica, Introduction and Research Opportunities. So without wasting time, we shall start actual presentation about this topic. Let's all of you have already joined and many more will join for this event. Okay, so we shall start actual presentation, and I will share the presentation screen with you. During presentation, as a video record, there are no opportunities for the participant to discuss on various issues, but you can discuss me on email as well as with WhatsApp and other links or phone for your problems related to or questions and queries related to this presentation. Okay, let's start the topic actually. Thank you. Okay. Welcome to all the participants in today's international online conference, which is going to held at the which is going to held here at CADE, ICS College of Arts, Commerce and Science. On this occasion, during keynote address, we shall discuss on Antarctica, and the theme is Introduction to Antarctica and the Research at Antarctica. This is the main topic of our discussion. So already the organizers have introduced me. I am Professor S.P. Chavan from Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded in Maharashtra state. I am there working as head of the Department of Zoology. So on this first slide, the whatever background you found is about the Antarctica. The scenario or the terrain is like this. In right corner here, you can see on this slide our Maitri Research Station, which is second research station of India. So let's see what is Antarctica. It is south pole of Earth, 14,000 kilometers away from India. It is detached from all continents and surrounded by an ocean named as Southern Ocean. An important aspect of Antarctica is there is no rainfall on Antarctica, but the rain in various continents of the earth, the origin is at Southern Ocean around Antarctica. So this is wonderful. 22 hours air travel our Indians have to do, or 1.5 months voyage through ship, okay, for the Indians to reach at Antarctica. Whereas for the people or researchers from Chile, South America, okay, they have to cross just 1,000 kilometers. So Antarctica is having different distance from various continents, right? So another thing about Antarctica is no pathogens there, no expiry date of food, and the main enemy at Antarctica is cold. You have to face minus 20, minus 10, minus 35, minus 45 degrees centigrade if you are working in the fields. Otherwise, at research stations, the temperature is normal, as like the temperature at our home in mainland. So due to this low temperature effect, the dead animals at Antarctica remain without decomposition for 300 to 400 years. So this is wonderful. Pathogens are less or negligible, nothing, as well as low temperature. This facilitates preservation. The remarkable feature at Antarctica, you might be well known, 6 months daytime, 6 months night. Daytime is summer, night time is winter. Major expeditions in the world reach to Antarctica for scientific studies during summer period, which is daytime, October to March. I was in summer expedition group at Maitri station from October 2019 to February 2020 during 39th Indian scientific expedition to Antarctica at Maitri station. The average temperature is -10 to -38, which is highly fluctuating, and the fluctuations are daily. Antarctic weather is uncertain for its temperature, wind, and several other factors. The high concentration of atmospheric oxygen we found at Antarctica because this oxygen reach at Antarctica from equatorial region. As we know, oxygen generated in photosynthesis process, but on contrary, there are no plants on Antarctica but huge oxygen, and the source is equatorial oxygen transfer. No native animals at Antarctica, very few stay there during winter, like some penguin species. Very terrible thing at this continent is, as you see here, more UV rays in the sunlight. Without any protection to your eyes and without protecting your skin, it may burn due to UV effect, or it may cause some cancers in your skin, or cataracts in your eyes, or the blindness in your eyes. The retina may damage due to UV radiation effect. That's why sunglasses are compulsory during field studies at Antarctica. High living cost at Antarctica because the materials are costly. Costly in the sense there is no market as such. You have to carry the things, and hence transportation cost is high. That is why the cost is high. Example is given here. Single apple, the cost at Antarctica will be 600 rupees. Okay. So just this is information about the Antarctica and the issues there. So let's see about history of the discovery of Antarctica, who reached Antarctica first, and so on. In 40 years history of Indian Antarctic program till now, 1800 Indians worked on Antarctica as scientists or logistic staff, and this number is very small as compared to Indian population of 130 crores. So those who reach Antarctica, the Indians, as compared to population, it is their luck for their selection and to reach there and successfully work there and coming back. So I feel I'm very lucky fellow that I could reach Antarctica and research there for my interest. So when we see the history of Antarctica for its discovery, then we found that the Russian whaler in 19th century or 19th century, the Antarctica is having largest population of various whale species. Till today, there are several whales found in Southern Ocean, and for hunting of these whales to get the body fat from the whales, which is used as a source of energy for light, okay, and to run various machines and in the use of food and so on, because in earlier time there was no discovery of the petroleum products, natural gas and the diesel, petrol and the crude oil, etc. It was not discovered, and that's why the people various countries depend on the fat from whales, because whales are in hundreds of crores, hundreds of kilogram in their weight, thousands of kilogram in their weight, and they are just a reserve of the fat material. Okay, that fat was extracted especially by Japanese. It is said that 3 lakh whales were killed by Japanese in earlier period. In that attraction, Russians were in expedition to Antarctica to kill the whales, what we call as whaling. Just a fishing, it is whaling. So one of the captain of Russian ship, Bellinghausen or Bellingshausen, was first who reached very close to Antarctica. He saw that there is some icy continent, there are hills and so on. He thought that it has no use, there is nothing there, there are no animals, no plants and nothing, barren land. Why to go there and what to do by reaching there? That's why he ignored the presence of Antarctica, and without reaching and keeping his first step at Antarctica, he lost the opportunities, or he ignored the opportunities to be a first person to reach Antarctica. Then the British explorer Falcon Scott first landed at Antarctic continent in 1902. Then another race started between Europeans itself. One team was Norwegian, another was British. British already reached Antarctica, but what is the center point of Antarctica? That is southern pole point, where the magnetic needles stand vertical. That point to reach this expedition remained, and for that competition the Norwegian explorer with 4 members Amundsen first reached there in on 14th December 1911 at 3 p.m. The history tells us that, and he successfully returned back. Whereas somewhere the British explorer Scott reached at the South Pole point, which is center of the south of Earth. That is South Pole, exact South Pole point it is called, and it is a magnetic pole of this earth, southern magnetic pole of this earth. Scott reached there. He saw that before his arrival Amundsen was there, and he put there a tent and the flag of Norway, and he was nervous, and while returning back with his nervous mood and mismanagement of the food during travel, he lost his colleagues and also died while returning. So it was unsuccessful journey for Scott. So the credit goes to Amundsen, that is Norwegian, to reach first at South Pole, whereas Britishers reached first at Antarctica. Russians discovered Antarctica. So this kind of expedition. So in this context, we are far behind. Let's see. We reached Antarctica in 1982. Okay, on 9 January, our first expedition reached Antarctica, and if we see that the Europeans reached in 1911. So this is 75 years they were ahead of us. Till today, in scientific explorations and the science as such, we are far behind for the various researchers and discoveries at Antarctica. So another question is, if we think that why to go Antarctica, okay, जायचं कशाला नेमकं तिथं, काय आहे काय, असं जर विचार केला तर we have to think on these points, and these are the reasons the expeditions go there. Okay, every country send their expedition. Antarctica is a reserved land by all world with their common decision for making this land as reserve for research and peace. Whatever experiments goes on at Antarctica, they are for research purpose and peace purpose. There is no war and no no permission to carry any weapon, no permission to operate the nuclear weapons and nuclear explosion related activities and anything such warfares and all such things are not permitted at Antarctica. That's why it is a research land. Okay. Not to carry anything from mainland to Antarctica and vice versa. Anything harmful for the Antarctic weather is not permitted to carry there, and as a it is a hanging sword on Antarctica is another view, and for this purpose we need to have a research at this continent, because it is said that within 120 to 150 years, due to melting of snow at Antarctica, which is around 2.5 kilometer thick, which already started melting from bottom. Okay. Due to melting within these years, the sea level in the world will rise up to 60 meters, means around 200 feet water will raise. Sea water level will raise. Consider what will happen for Mumbai, what will happen for Chennai, and several other countries in the world as New York or the San Diego and then Melbourne and several other countries in various European and other countries in the world. Due to rise, there will be all coastal cities in the world will be underwater. Possibility of 400 million sea flood refugees. There are refugees. We know the refugees who lost their all things, they become refugee. As war refugee, Syrian refugees reached to recently due to Syrian war into Europe. So likewise, coastal cities will be underwater and they will start to run away from these cities. They're leaving their all households, their house and their all properties, and they will be a refugee, and this will be a serious problem in future. A day will come to acquire land on Antarctica. Then it is said that in this change there will be some other landmass will develop in Indian Ocean. Sea water level increase, but there may be a continental drifts will also happen, and that will develop new continent in Southern Ocean. This is another chance. So they will reach to this new continent, or they may migrate to Antarctica, where within this much or some 400-500 years after, there will be a possibility of normal weather instead of minus temperature at Antarctica. And our next some more hundreds of generation after this generation, there will be population at Antarctica. So to search all these possibilities, the Antarctic research is important, and to reach there is important. Expeditions are, that's why, a small investment to keep ownership rights at Antarctica. Currently, all is under strict rules of Antarctic Treaty. You can refer under the Google search or internet search what is Antarctic Treaty. There is no time with us to discuss on these things. There are rules, set of rules formulated by the leading countries who are researchers at Antarctica. They formulated a set of rules called as Antarctic Treaty that gives what should be the rules, what should not be done at Antarctica, and how to behave at Antarctica, etc., explained there. So hundreds of satellites still today, nowadays, also watching human activities on Antarctica up to 2 feet distance. Okay, so you could not do anything which is illegal as per the Antarctic Treaty. So after this, if someone is interested to go to Antarctica, the procedure is, there is always yearly advertisement calling proposals, research proposals, and they are evaluated, and you will be called for presentation, and based on the strength of your proposal, you may be selected. Always, for every expedition, there is complete new selection process. Sometimes members may be selected repeated based on their long-term and short-term project. If your project selected for 3 or 4 years, you will be a member for scientific team for 3 consecutive years. If all possibilities that you have to pass the medical fitness and training program, etc., etc. Based on that, you may be a continuous member for 3-4 years. So no any kind of if you want to enter in the Antarctic expedition program, there is no caste reservation, regional reservation, state reservation, any recommendation, nothing. Purely what is your project, what is its strength, what are best possible outputs of this research project. Based on that, you will be selected. So this is very nice thing which need to be included in all kinds of scientific programs and education in India. Unfortunately, is not happening. So no reservation, please. Then let's see, if you are selected and you want to go to Antarctica, what are the ways? Okay. So where, again, few little information. What is land there? What is area actually? What is map? It is located at exactly down the earth, downside of earth, we may say. Okay. The area is 140 lakh square kilometer. The area of Antarctic continent. Antarctica is a continent. Arctic is ocean. Let's see the difference. Many people don't know them. They could not utter the word Antarctica. They were calling, when I discussed, they were calling it as Atlantica, and so on. And in that interest, I had written for the Maharashtrian people and researchers book about Antarctica in Marathi language. So let it be 140 lakh square kilometer, huge area, which is 5 times larger than area of India. Okay. Or the area, land area of USA and India, when we mix together, then it will be equal to the area of Antarctica. It is no man's land. Though this is huge area, but it is no man's land, means no any country has the owner right on the Antarctic continent. Okay. That is why it is no man's land and available for any person in the world for scientific purpose, for scientific activities at Antarctica. Right. Then another crucial thing is, though it is free to go there, but it is very difficult to go there. No one will ask you why you are going there. You have to put your proposal before international committee. You have to manage your travel. There are travel agencies. Americans are carrying as a tourist there. You have to spend around 1 crore or 1 crore 10 lakh rupees to go to Antarctica, live there for hardly for 8 days and coming back. This is the expenditure. So 91% pure fresh water is available at Antarctica in the form of ice, melted, not melted water, just not a pure water. It is pure but in the frozen form. Average thickness of ice cover on Antarctica is 2.8 kilometers thick. You can imagine how much ice is there. And that is why this huge quantity of ice, if melt, it is creating, or it will create, rise in sea level to 60 meters. Not a joke. Entire earth it will affect. So if Antarctica ice melt, the same things are given here. So what are routes? What are the routes to reach Antarctica? For Indians concerned, we have to go by 2 ways. One is by air, another is by ship. Ship is called as voyage. By air, the headquarters for Antarctic expedition is Goa. From Goa, we have to come to Mumbai or Delhi. From there, to reach Dubai or Addis Ababa, the capital of Ethiopia. Then from there, the expedition reached to Cape Town, which is in South Africa, and we have to stay there till waiting the weather conditions at Antarctica. And after crossing aerial distance of 5,500 kilometers, we reach at Antarctica. So this much is around 14,000 kilometer distance, and all this require almost 15 days for booking the tickets and waiting the good weather and staying and all that. It goes on. Okay. You can see here, this is India, and then the red lines, and then yellow line, and then we reach to this part. It is very far away from the mainland. Then travel at Antarctica, there are various vehicles when we reach at Antarctica, and the vehicles are of various countries. For example, if we have already we have Maitri station. At that station we have the vehicles which can run and transport on the snow. Similarly, these kinds of aircrafts work for IL Illusion 76 or Bachelor, Boeing, Otter kind of aircrafts, and various ships also work there. Here with this red bag, we are ready to go to Antarctica from Cape Town. These are our friend members, and they are in front of this IL 76 huge cargo aircraft, and this is a happy moment for us. Then this is interior of this aircraft. There are no seats as such. Whatever space we available there, we have to stay there. And this is myself in the aircraft, and this way we landed at Antarctica. So this is a photograph of landing of the aircraft. You can see I'm running fast. Then this is another dream photo. The airport at Antarctica where this aircraft lands, that is Novolazarevskaya airfield runway, which is governed by Russia. As we found various airports in India and various countries in the world like that, there is no building as such, just as such plain area and with few containers and communication facilities. The aircraft land there and fly from here to various parts of the world. So this is a view of aircraft landed there at airport. So this is the view, and these are our member scientists who welcome us at Antarctica. Then this is another scene at airport. Myself, this is a Boeing aircraft. Okay, so this is a huge cargo ship which is carrying expedition from Cape Town to the Antarctica. Comparatively, it is a long time for expedition because the speed of these vessels is less as compared to air travel. So such things, interesting things you can experience if you travel by the ship. This is the logistic carrier reached Bharati station of India. Then this is another example that your ship may get blocked in the thick ice in the sea, or icebergs and big ice blocks, and that need to be crushed to make the way to Antarctica. So it's very difficult task actually, travel in sea. Your ship may trap in the form in ice from all sides. Okay, so this is another view of travel by ship. So this is the distance which is explained here. Distance from India to Antarctica, and at Antarctica also we have two stations, Bharti station and Maitri station. The distance between two stations is 3,000 kilometers, and for that purpose there are small aircrafts what may be also used by the African. Station, Japanese research station, they use this kind of aircraft. Then, when we reach at Novolazarovskaya airport at air base at the Antarctica, from there, these kinds of vehicles reach to carry the scientists to research station. Okay, this is myself. I was interested in such kind of some thrilling photographs for me, and in these vehicles we reached the Maitri station. Okay, so this kind of vehicle, I'm showing what kinds of vehicles are used at Antarctica. So this is a logistic container which is carrying some containers what we see on a train. कंटेनरचं ट्रेन आपण बघितलं असेल त्याच्यावरचं जसं कंटेनर उतरवले जाते, इन द सेम वे the containers are offloaded from this logistic ship on the land, and from there carried to the various stations. So this is another kind of a vehicle. So this is the vehicle used quadra scooter, four-wheel scooter we can say, or a vehicle for a single person or two person for field studies, very important. This kind of side loaders also there, big crane also used there. The heli support is essential for geologists and the glaciologists for their study. This kind of studies also goes on at Antarctica. You can see the vertical 100 to 150 feet height of shelf. From here, the melting of the ice sheets and these continental studies goes on, and the scientists are dropped here. There is no other option other than dropping the people by heli. Then this is another vehicle which is used. This is one of the photographs, very self-explaining the temperature. This is the digital thermometer which I had used during my field studies. The day temperature, because summer is day, there is no sunset for 4 months, and though there is a day, but temperature was minus 5.4 degrees centigrade. If there is wind of 20 kilometers per hour, then the temperature may again drop to 10 degree, means the total effect on human body will be minus 15 degrees centigrade, you can imagine. So this kind of scooters also, or snow scooters, are used at Antarctica. So depend on GPS and satellite phone contact also. Only based on this you have to travel or manage your travel, plan your travel, because there are no landmarks as such. Everywhere there is snow. If you see in our mainland, we can say that this is a big tower and this was a big city or small village there, and we can fix our landmark, or a temple, or a airport, or railway station, and a canal, or a river. Such landmarks never found, you will not find at Antarctica. So there are no phone towers also. So there is a rule of working at Antarctica that you should have a buddy person or helping person. You alone could not go to the field because there are chances of accidents and unreported deaths. So let's see about the stations of India at Antarctica. First station was Dakshin Gangotri, second was Maitri, third is Bharti. So the first station, which was established in 1984, was Dakshin Gangotri, and this is no more now because the station was established on the ice sheets, and due to melting of process of the Antarctica, it get submerged into the snow, and now it might have reached to 200 feet below the snow, so it is abandoned and not in use. Then after Dakshin Gangotri station, India set up a new station called Maitri. This is the front view of Maitri station. This is this structure which is originating or reaching the station is a water pipeline, and you can see this photograph. This is a view of research station, Maitri research station, right? This is aerial view. And actually these are various containers and all that. In front, this blue very clear lake named as Priyadarshini Lake you found there, and this is the actual building. Okay, then heli services goes on at this station. So this is myself a dream photograph for me to be a part of the expedition and in front of Maitri station. At that time, photograph temperature was minus 12 degrees centigrade. And here you will find Bharti station, which is more modern and highly automated and very modern. German technology is used. The construction cost was high and it was established in 2012. So at Antarctica, India has two stations. One is Maitri, another is Bharti. Distance between two stations is 3,000 kilometers. Access is there between two. So this is a view of the same station Bharti during winter, because during winter there is a darkness and the temperature goes down, much down. Other stations, if you are interested to see, this is a research station. All these spreaded containers and building called or named Troll Station of Norway. If we see how many stations of various countries exist at Antarctica, there are 61 research stations. Of that, summer station and winter station, this is classification. Winter stations means these work throughout year. Summer stations means during daytime of 6 months they remain open, and once the winter start, that are closed, expedition return back to their countries. So these are two categories. From that, only around 25 stations on this very big land remain working throughout year. So this is a view of a Troll station of Norway. Norwegians are the leaders in Antarctic research program. This is a Russian station named Vostok, and it is one of the remote stations at Antarctica, and it was found that it has recorded minus 89 degrees centigrade temperature. You can imagine minus 89 degrees centigrade temperature in 1983. This is the one of the lowest recorded temperature on Earth. पृथ्वीवर सगळ्यात कमी minus 89 ची नोंद. This record is at Antarctica only, and it was at Vostok. Who knows, there might be again more than this low temperature. It is predicted that minus 89, minus 90, minus 95, how much minus? It is predicted that it might be minus 130 somewhere in Antarctica. It is guessed that. Okay, this might be cold at Antarctica, maybe exists somewhere for shorter period. So at the South Pole, which is magnetic South Pole, the station exists at the center is Amundsen and Scott station of USA. Amundsen and Scott is in the honor of the scientist or explorer Amundsen from Norway and Falcon Scott from UK, based on their expedition to South Pole. The name of station. This is the view, or this is a map of location of various stations in Antarctica. Major stations are at peripheral region, whereas this pointed region, what we found, this is most crowded area for various stations, right? This snout like area, which offshoot like area which we found from mainland, is named as Antarctic Peninsula, whereas this is the main continent. At Antarctica, when we see carefully, there is Transantarctic Mountain Range or Walcott Mountain Range in the northeast part of Antarctica. Okay, various mountain ranges and the hills as such. The geography will be another topic of our discussion. We don't have the time. Let's see. This is another map showing various stations: Zhongshan and Bharti, Zhongshan of China, Amundsen Scott of Russia, Esperanza of Spain and Argentina, Halley of UK, Maitri of India, Sein of South Africa, Neumayer of Germany, King Sejong of Korea. Various Asian, European, American, Australian, New Zealand, these countries have their research stations at Antarctica. It is high cost program. I will not go in detail. For example, first expedition of India required 25 crore rupees, whereas recent expeditions required 400 or 300 crore rupees per year. The expenditure increased because the cost increased for fuel. The energy generated there as electricity to run various equipments need fuel, and that is ATF fuel. Okay, air turbine fuel, because the diesel and petrol will not work there, they get freezed, and that's why the fuel which is used for aircrafts is used to run the generators to create the electricity which is used for various purpose to run the stations. So the fuel cost increase, that's why cost increase for expedition. Similarly, the maintenance cost of station, transportation of the expedition members, also the part of this expedition. That's why it is a crore program and it is beyond the imagination of a common man. Okay, so once you selected, there are two things you have to do. These are compulsory. You have to clear 3 to 5 days medical fitness at AIMS Delhi, AIMS New Delhi. As we know, AIMS is the biggest Indian leading institution in medical sciences exist in Delhi. You have to pass for checkup and clearance for heart, blood, liver, kidney, brain, urine, teeth, bones, eyes, color blindness, your hearing capacity, your psychology, the stomach sonography, the problems of hernia, piles, appendix, AIDS, TB, diabetes, leprosy, several contagious and infectious diseases, general physical fitness, blood pressure and the blood glucose, these normal things. All these things you should be clear. Okay, this medical no option for any expedition member, right? And that is why it is said that those who reach Antarctica, they are highly fit people because no problem for their health. You can see the checkup points. Then also, once you complete or once you clear the medical fitness test, you have to go for 12 days training program at IIT-BP Uttarakhand, which is a training center. There you have to complete your fitness program. It is little acclimatization program for your checking also. It also checks the people, the experts also check your behavior, your how you behave between your friends and your colleagues, as well as can you run, can you climb, can you do some adverse things which is a possibility when you reach at Antarctica. That has been checked in during this training. This has to, you have to pass. And this is one of the photo of training program, and here is the kind of a training given at this station. Then the main component of our presentation, main component of today's presentation we can discuss upon, and we are running fast. I'm sorry that with this speed only we need to explain. Okay. Otherwise, it is a presentation of 3 hours. I'm sorry, those who are interested to listen me about Antarctica, call me at your college or university. I will explain one session from early morning 10 to afternoon 2. Whole Antarctica I will explain. Okay, I'm sorry, with for this keynote address I have given very little time, about 40 or 50 minutes. In that we have to discuss. So the research projects which are conducted at Antarctica, they are originated, or they are the projects of various institutes in India. These institutes are ISRO, IISc, GSI, Wildlife Institute of India, National Center for, that is NRSC, NGRI, NCPOR, NIO, DRDO, CSIR, IMD, ITBP, BRO, Border Road Organization, IITs, central universities, state universities. From all these institutions, the projects are of national interest. It includes several researchers. They conduct experiments at Antarctica, or that may be an individual research plan. For example, I was with my own research plan, and I convinced the experts that how this research is important. Likewise, the university professors, central university, state university professors, or the researchers in various institutions which are listed here, they have their own research idea. Such projects also selected for Antarctic research. Okay. Then process is compulsory project, as I told, invited projects, logistic experts, and then two kinds of people are selected. One are scientists, another are logistic support people. Scientists work for their project, whereas logistic support include the technicians, like who are useful in maintaining the station, who are useful in driving various vehicles for scientific team. Okay. Scientist could not drive. Okay, he don't have the time to drive the vehicle. Okay, so there is a cook. It is appointed from a reputed institution. Hotel management past candidates are appointed there, especially with 1 lakh rupees salary per month. Similarly, drivers, fitters, then carpenters, electricians, welders, all they are selected as logistic support for scientists. Then what are the studies goes on at Antarctica? Goes on Earth evolution, Gondwana land, continental drifts, these kinds of, or these related studies also goes on. Geological mapping, gravity measurement, seismological studies also a part of Antarctic expedition. Climate prediction capabilities, ice core drilling, atmospheric gases trapping, pollution at Antarctica. Okay, or geospace studies, cosmic rays studies, sun radiation studies, ozone layer depletion, global warming, satellite data acquisition, then the mineral hydrocarbon prospecting, then microbiology, biotechnology related issues, biodiversity, animal physiology and adaptation. These issues also studied at Antarctica. What is food chain exists there? What are the problems food chain and various strata in food chain are facing? Also a part of Antarctic research program. So in conclusion, various things, various kinds of research is designed and tried to work there. Several things what you design here in the AC and in mainland, it is not sure that you can conduct at Antarctica, because all things, if they are based on field studies, weather will permit or not, it is not sure, it is not fixed. Every day is new. What will happen tomorrow, we don't know. Today has passed successfully. This is the rule. Every day is new. Every day has new environment. Always there is prediction of environment at Antarctic stations, but suddenly that may change. So it is the one of, as per my view, it is one of the or only natural laboratory on the earth which could not be duplicated. Okay. Then there are strategic needs for Antarctic expeditions. Why several countries are conducting this kind of expeditions by spending crores of rupees. So our interest is the main claim on Antarctica in coming 2000 to 5000 coming years. There will not be space for growing population. For the space, drinking water, mineral, oil, it is no man's land, but who knows future. आता नो मॅन्स लँड आहे. एवढ्या वर्षांनंतर रूल बदलायला जाऊ शकतो अँड वी कॅन क्लेम ऑन अंटार्क्टिका. एव्हरी कंट्री इज थिंकिंग लाईक दिस. दॅट्स वाय दे आर मेंटेनिंग दिस एक्सपिडिशन्स annually to remain in scientific competition with the world for science, technology, global environment management, to save this earth. Also we need to be a part of Antarctic expedition. So it is actually when a researcher enters or researcher gets selected, his mood or his basic motto is to work for country, for nation. This is the feeling. Okay, it is not our own interest. It is every researcher in Antarctic expedition program try to give at his maximum for betterment of nation, what is possible through science and technology. Okay. I will not go in detail about these other things. Then what are the applications of this Antarctic research outputs? We spend a lot of time, lot of money and all these things for reaching Antarctica. We conduct experiments, we conduct science there. What is the output and what is its application is a common man question. Okay, general question. It is what it is then. It helps in designing logistic support, clothwear, shoes, the forces, military forces of our country who are working in very remote areas. Antarctic experiments can be applicable for forces. Please remember, physiological, neurological, behavioral research conducted on birds and seals may be applicable in human life. This is possibility of outcome of research. The mineral, rare metal, hydrocarbon search and claims, preservation and protection is another application.
Over to Gumre sir.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Chavan, sir. I am audible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Chavan, sir. The session is really informative, attention-holding, and enthusiastic for all the participants of the session. We all are touching to Antarctica through your research experience. Thank you, sir, once again. Now, I am introduced to Dr. A.V. Patil for a next resource person. Now, I am shortly introduced about Dr. A.V. Patil. Dr. A.V. Patil is presently working as a head and assistant professor in the Department of Physics at ICS College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Khed District, Ratnagiri. He completed PhD from Swami Ramanand Tirth Marathwada University, Nanded, under the guidance of Dr. B.P. Pawar. He has published more than 20 research papers at national and international reputed journal in the group of Elsewhere, IEEE, etc. He awarded by Best Paper Presentation at National Level Conference and his paper awarded by Best Paper Presentation at International Level at New York. He is also working as a referee of international research journal. His specialization in research is microwave dielectric spectroscopy. He has presented his work as a resource person at national and international level conferences. Now, I request Dr. A.V. Patil, so please deliver his session. Thank you.
Over to Patil, sir.
Please allow to share my screen. Please allow to share my screen.
Yeah. Your screen is visible. Your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank President of our Sahajivan Shikshan Samstha, Hirachandji Butala, Vice President Nandakumarji Gujarati, Secretary Mangesh Bhai Butala, Chairman of our institute, Advocate Anandraoji Bhosle, Principal of our college, Dr. G.P. Sarang, and convener of this conference, Mr. Sachin Bhosle and Dr. A.M. Sheikh, for giving me an opportunity to present my work in this conference. Today, my topic of presentation is a structural properties of polar molecules through microdielectric techniques. The measurement of dielectric properties of several agriculture, environmental, and food processes is need for the society. Microwave measurements and dielectric properties of materials are finding increasing applications as new electrotechnology is adopted for the use in the agriculture and food processing industries. The interest in dielectric properties of materials has historically been associated with the design of electrical equipment, where various dielectric are used for insulating conductor and other components of electrical equipment. The measurement of dielectric properties is not an end unto itself. Rather, these properties are intermediary vehicle for understanding, explaining, and empirically rating certain physico-chemical properties of materials. The dielectrics are classified as polar and non-polar depending on the separation existence of positive charge center from its negative charge center in the molecule. Non-polar dielectrics consist of molecules with charge distribution such that their effective center of positive and negative charge distributions coincide. Thus, dipole moment of non-polar dielectrics materials have center of positive and negative charge distribution in molecule separated by distance and form a molecular dipole even in absence of electric field. But since positive and negative charges are equal, the molecule is electrically neutral. The magnitude of molecular dipole moment depends upon size and symmetry of molecules. So we are choosing polar molecules for this one. There are a lot of importances and applications of this one. The dielectric study of materials provides vital information about dielectric parameters and molecular interaction, which are the direct technological importance. The knowledge of dielectric properties of materials and their frequency and temperature dependence is of great importance in various areas in science and engineering in both basic and applied research. Dielectric properties obtained can be related to a physical parameter of interest. It has been demonstrated that properties such as moisture control, bacterial content, mechanical stress, and other steaming unrelated parameters are related to the dielectric properties or permittivity of the material. Accurate measurement of these properties can be provided scientists and engineers with valuable information that allow them to properly incorporate the material into its intended applications or to monitor a process for improved quality control. The permittivity is the fundamental property of the material and is independent of the measurement technique. The interaction of dielectric behavior of material in terms of its molecular structure is a scientific objective. The dielectric properties are essential and useful in a vast area of physical and biological sciences, engineering, technologies. Applications of dielectric studies are agriculture, moisture measurement, medicine, and electrochemical supercapacitor. That is very important applications of these studies to develop electrochemical supercapacitor. And detail we have to comes in the applications of this study in agriculture. There are certain advancements in agriculture technology depends upon the availability of data on the dielectric behavior of agriculture products. For example, data on frequency dependence of the dielectric properties of grain and insect were needed for determination of the optimum frequency range for selective dielectric heating of insects for the control of stored grain insects with the ratio frequency energy. Other applications that depends upon the dielectric properties of grain and seeds that includes RF treatments of hard seeds to increase germination and electrical measurement of moisture content in the grain. The dielectric studies are useful for agriculture. It is found that the dielectric permittivity increases with increasing moisture content in the seeds and dielectric permittivity decreases with increasing the frequency. At high moisture level and low frequency range, the magnitude of variation in dielectric permittivity were large. This variation is used to get an idea of the moisture content in seeds. For the moisture measurement, accurate measurement of moisture content is of importance in many applications, including agriculture and the food processing industries, because of the high relative permittivity of water. The dielectric properties of moist material are strongly dependent on their moisture content. These method really on calibration curve relative permitted to moisture content, which may be obtained by measuring a range of samples with a known moisture level. The applications of this study is also related to the medicine. Investigation of the dielectric properties of biological substances and their frequency and the temperature dependence give very valuable information about the set of water, molecular structure, and hydration process that are for primary importance in biochemistry and biophysics. The interest of microwaves increased due to the biological effects. Exposure to microwaves results in thermal stresses both deep inside the body and also on the surface. Excessive exposure may cause damage, but controlled exposure may result in therapy of human comfort. Controlled dose of microwaves can be made useful for medical diagnosis, therapy, and human comfort. Physical therapy of microwaves has been found effective in curing inflammation, piles, and injury. Micro treatment of cancer has also been studied. Human comfort and physical health depend upon the energy exchange between man and surrounding. Normally, heat is generated in the human body by metabolism in the body. Incident micro energy can help the heat generation metabolism and keep human being at comfort even at low temperature. Now, another main important application of this study is electrochemical supercapacitor. So we have built a supercapacitor, which is the today's very needful. Recent advanced says in the electrochemical capacitors have resulted in new type of capacitor is known as supercapacitor, or it is called as ultra capacitors. These capacitors have capacitance of several hundreds farads. When a metal is brought in contact with solid or liquid ionic conductor, a charge accumulation is achieved electrostatically on either side of the interface, leading to development of an electrical diode layer, which is essentially a molecular dielectrics. No charge transfer takes place across the interface, and the current observed during the process is a displacement current due to the arrangement of charges. This is the one of the best importance of this study for development of a supercapacitor, or is also called as ultra capacitor. Now, basically this microdielectric technique divides into two categories, that is frequency domain technique and time domain technique. In this frequency domain technique is useful for the study of dielectric parameters like electric permittivity, dielectric loss, tangent, delta. Under the frequency domain technique, there are number of experimental methods. At the frequency below 1 GHz, commercially available measuring bridges and vector voltage meters are useful to determine the input impedance or transmission coefficient of specimen cell. At frequencies between 0.1 to 600 GHz, a traveling wave transmitted through the sample is probed informatically in the case of high loss liquids. At lower loss, standing wave pattern are frequency analyzed. In the frequency range 10 GHz to 100 GHz, however, due to unavoidable use of narrow band waveguide devices, measurements are expensive and lengthy if the observation have to cover a large part of decay. Still time consuming are closed resonator technique at micro frequencies. In this method, a cavity or part of it is filled with the liquid, and resulting shift in the resonant frequency and change of quality factor are observed. Due to multiple reflections at the sample surface, the electromagnetic cavity field is extremely sensitive to the dielectric properties of the liquid. Cavity resonator methods are capable of precise measurements on the liquid with very low loss. These methods are also used if the volume of the sample available is small. Free space technique is also in most open system techniques. Pollution of the sample during the measurement is solve problems. Atmospheric pressure of, for example, may strongly affect the dielectric low loss liquid. At micro frequencies 0.1 GHz to 100 GHz, a traveling wave method is widely used in measurement of lossy liquids. Transmission measurement techniques using micro bridges have also been established for studies of small dielectric loss. And another convenient method of measuring the dielectric parameters of liquids consists in probing a standing electromagnetic wave either within the test liquid or in front of it. Recent improvements like sampling of standing wave pattern at regular intervals and automated data processing essentially improved the experimental sensitivity and accuracy. For that reason, precise data on large variety of liquids can now be obtained by standing wave observation. With many closed resonator techniques designed for study on lossy liquids at micro frequency. And another type of technique is time domain technique. Time domain technique is a technique of observing time dependent response of a system after the application of an electromagnetic field and finding the transfer function of the system when the input signal and the transient response both as a function of time are known. Frequency response of the system is the ratio of Fourier transform of the transient response and the input signal. This method was restricted at low frequency dielectric response. However, to obtain information in the microwave region, a fast rise time pulse with an equally fast detection system is required. A time domain system with a frequency response of 20.4 GHz was introduced by Helvet Packard in USA in the mid 1960s. And it's also minimize the error in the measurement and increase the frequency range in the dielectric studies. Time domain technique in principle allow for the large range of frequency to be covered without any change in the experimental setup. At present, time domain technique method has potential usefulness of broadband measurement of dielectric behaviors. Reflection method and transmission method are two methods for measurement in time domain spectroscopy technique. Time domain reflectment technique is a term of observing the time dependent electromagnetic field. For system with linear response characteristics, the two approaches are capable in principle of giving the same information differently expressed with the relation between the two forms, a Laplace transform and its inverse. An attractive feature of time domain technique measurement is that single record can give information developed in the last few years for generating and observing rapidly changing waveform. Notably, tunnel diode plus generator and sampling oscilloscope now permits measurement ranging from a time resolution of picosecond to time of several nanoseconds or large coverage of the corresponding frequency range from 10 MHz to 20 GHz with complex instrumentation and data processing. As a result, time domain measurement are an attractive for the study of system that has a time dependent behavior of interest for this range. So in this work, the TDR, that is time domain reflectment technique, is used to determine the dielectric parameters of systems over a wide range of frequency from 10 MHz to 20 GHz. We are finding the dielectric parameters such as dielectric permittivity, relaxation time, excess parameters, Kirkwood correlation factors are studied for each system. So we are choosing time domain reflector technique for this work. This is the experimental technique. This is the actual photograph of time domain reflectometry technique, which is available in the Department of Physics, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar, Marathwada University, Aurangabad. This is the sample holder and this oscilloscope connected with the help of this blue line that is called as transmission line. The reflected pulses which is transmitted through that transmission line, the recorded pulses are recorded in the floppy disk, and reflected pulses we have to analyze. Then we have to find out we have to carry out the dielectric parameter. The sample cell holds this is the geometrical construction of SMSL, that is sample cell. The sample cell holds the liquid under the concentration. The physical dimensions of the cell are very important. So one must be careful while designing the sample cell. The impedance of the cell should be matched with coaxial transmission line to which cell is connected. If there is the impedance mismatch, then unwanted reflection may disturb the wave therapy, causing some errors in the measure. The proper design of cell includes the inner conductor and outer conductor diameter. The length of inner conductor is called as pin length of the cell and is very important factor in analysis. The sample length must be enough to avoid unwanted reflections. When cell is filled with a sample above the physical length of inner conductor and fringing effect takes place due to the fringing field, the effective pin length will not be equal to physical pin length. The effective pin length will be more than the physical pin length. The accurate determination of effective pin length is very important for the accurate evaluation of the dielectric parameters. The TDR unit is used for measurement after warming 30 minutes. This is necessary to get setup pulse without drift. A fast rising setup voltage pulse 200 millivolt with rise time 0 picosecond rise time is propagated through the coaxial line system. This is the constant temperature bath. The temperature controller system with water bath and thermostat have been used to maintain the constant temperature with the accuracy of limit plus or minus 0.5 degrees Celsius. A heat insulator container surrounding the sample cell. That means liquid. That means constant temperature water is revolving around the liquid cell. At the center, we have to see here liquid cell, and around the liquid cell we have to circulate the water, which is having constant temperature. Then we have to maintain the constant temperature surrounding the liquid cell. Data analysis. These are the reflected pulses, which is a reflect from the sample cell and which is a comes toward the sampling oscilloscope. A time window of 5 nanoseconds was used. The reflected pulse from the channel with the reference liquid or without liquid, that is R1T, and with liquid RXT were digitized with 1024 points and transferred to the floppy through floppy driver attached in the sampling oscilloscope. That means R1T, that is blue line, indicates the reflected pulse without sample, and RXT, that is a pink line, which is represent the reflected pulse with sample. We have to this data we have to calculate in the points 10,024 points, which is collected in the floppy disk of the oscilloscope. And then after analyzing this, we have to obtain the subtracted pulse and added pulses. The time dependent data were processed to obtain the complex reflection coefficient spectra with the help of this subtracted pulses and added pulses with the help of this expression that is called as Fourier transformation. That means we have to convert this time dependent data to frequency dependent data with the help of this Fourier transformation. That means we have to see here in this first figure, this is the data, time dependent data. In the second figure, we have to convert this data into frequency dependent data with the help of this Fourier transformation. Then next we have to find, after calibration, we have to find out the complex permittivity spectra, and the complex permittivity spectra were obtained from the reflection coefficient spectra by applying bilinear calibration method. With the help of this bilinear calibration method, we have to obtain this complex permittivity spectra that epsilon prime indicate the permittivity and epsilon double prime indicates the dielectric loss. That is, with the help of these experimental values, we have to fit it with the help of this dB equation. In this dB equation, epsilon 0 represent the static dielectric constant, epsilon infinity represent the static dielectric constant at a high frequency, and 2 represent the relaxation time. All these parameters we have to fit it with the help of nonlinear least square field method is used to get these values of dielectric parameters. The aim of dielectric spectroscopy is to understand intermolecular interaction in a molecular system and the structural changes in liquids due to changes in hydrogen bonding. The relative changes in dielectric parameters are important to predict structural change in liquid. Studies of the dielectric behavior of polar mixtures at different concentrations and temperatures have led to valuable information regarding hydrogen bonding and solute-solvent interaction. We are choosing 2 molecules for this work, that is ethanolamine and diethanolamine. When we have to focus on ethanolamine, then we have to see here ethanolamine contains only one hydroxy group and primary amine functional group, and in case of diethanolamine, diethanolamine contains 2 hydroxy group and secondary amine functional group. We are choosing for this work, these two liquid molecules, and this is highly polar molecules, that is ethanolamine and diethanolamine, are highly polar liquids. Examination of the effect of hydroxy and amine group of dielectric properties may provide new information concerning the nature of dielectric polarization and relaxation. Since the hydrogen bonding force in between the hydroxy and hydrogen bonding is generally accepted to be stronger than the NH and N bonding. Alkanolamines, that means ethanolamine and diethanolamine molecules, have the combined physical and chemical characteristics of both the alcohol and amines, and hence it is interesting to study hydrogen bond interaction of an alkanolamines mixture over the entire concentration range by dielectric constant measurement at different parameters. The present work is a study of dielectric behavior and molecular interaction between the pure ethanolamine and diethanolamine, as well as their mixtures at 11 different concentrations from dielectric properties. Complex permittivities of this system found over the frequency range of 10 MHz to 20 GHz at various temperature, that is 278 Kelvin, 283, 288, 293, 298, 301, and 303 Kelvin degrees Celsius by employing time domain reflectometry measurements. Measurement in this frequency range are interesting because the dielectric dispersion. These are the physical parameters of polar molecules. We have to concentrate on the melting point of these molecules. The melting point of ethanolamine is 278 degree Kelvin, and diethanolamine is 301 degree Kelvin. We have to focus on this melting point because in this work we have to take in the data before and after melting point. At the melting point, what are the changes we have to observe? That was very important, this work before, after, and at the melting point. Then the complex, this is the complex probability spectra of this frequency dependent complex probability spectra of diethanolamine in ethanolamine at 278 degree Kelvin. We have to take only one temperature, but 11 different concentrations we have to represent here. The measurement in this frequency range are interesting because the dielectric dispersion of these molecules occur in the same frequency range. Further, the frequency dependent complex probability measurement using TDS are more reliable because the single measurement covers wide frequency range in very short time. See here, this figure shows the frequency dependent dielectric permittivity for different concentrations of diethanolamine in ethanolamine at 278 degrees Celsius. The dielectric constant is high in the lower frequency region and decreases with increasing the frequency, which is also shown in your screen. And this one is the dielectric loss spectra for the same temperature with the same concentrations of the given liquids. The dielectric loss was studied as a function of frequency for different concentration at 278 degree Kelvin, as shown in this screen. On this screen, the low dielectric loss at high frequencies for the given sample indicates the very high purity of the mixture. These curves suggest that the dielectric loss is strongly dependent on the frequency of the applied field. Only one relaxation peak is observed for the ethanolamine, diethanolamine, and their mixtures. Further, it seems that in the mixture of these liquids, the individual principal relaxation process of the compounds coalesce, and hence the mixture exhibits a single relaxation time. The dielectric loss peak of the molecules and their mixtures are found in frequency range in between the 0.4 to 0.8 GHz. The peak of these curves shifted toward the lower frequency when the concentration of diethanolamine increases in ethanolamine. The complex plane plot. This is the complex plane plot of these binary mixtures. the complex plane plot of this mixture at 278 Kelvin, the dielectric model for the fitting dielectric parameters suitable for the present system is the Debye model. Therefore, the complex parameter spectra have been fitted in Debye model along with the static dielectric constant at high frequency as well as relaxation time. Now, we have to tabulate these values with the help of this method that is known as the static dielectric constant with 11. The first column represent the 11 different concentrations of the binary mixtures, and first row indicate the temperatures with different temperatures. And these values of the dielectric constant shows the static dielectric constant, and observations are very simple to carry out with the help of this static dielectric constant. The behavior of static dielectric constant of ethanolamine and diethanolamine when we have to pure liquid, the first row and first column of the data we have to indicates the pure ethanolamine 00, indicate the pure ethanolamine values of pure ethanolamine of static dielectric constant, and 1.00 the last row indicates the value of the second molecule, that is diethanolamine, pure values of diethanolamine. When we have to concentrate on the pure values of ethanolamine and diethanolamine, then the behavior of these pure values sharply indicates the change of phase from semi-solid to liquid state. Because 278 is the melting point of ethanolamine and 301 is the melting point of diethanolamine. The static dielectric constant goes on increases up to their melting point. That means, see here in the first row of the data, 283 Kelvin is the melting point of ethanolamine. Then up to 278 to 283, the static dielectric constant goes on increases, and then static dielectric constant decreases with increasing the temperature. In the same pure values of diethanolamine, the melting point of diethanolamine is 301 Kelvin. See the last row, 14.76, 16.30, that is static dielectric constant increases up to the melting point, that is 301 Kelvin is the melting point of diethanolamine. Up to the melting point, these values are increases and then it becomes decreases. Such types of behavior of the static dielectric constant indicates the change of phase from semi-solid to a liquid state, semi-solid to liquid state. In these binary mixtures, the static dielectric constant decreases with an increasing the concentration of diethanolamine for all temperatures. When we have to observe the related to the concentration of these mixtures, then the static dielectric constant decreases with increasing the concentrations of diethanolamine in ethanolamine. The values of relaxation time. Here is also very change of the suddenly change of static dielectric constant. We have to observe the value of relaxation time randomly increases up to their melting point, and after the melting point, it smoothly decreases with the increasing the concentration of ethanolamine in diethanolamine. At the melting point, the value of relaxation time suddenly drops down. That means very important observations we have to observe during this work. At the melting point, the value of relaxation time suddenly drops down. Then another parameter is Kirchoff correlation parameter. The Kirchoff correlation factor is also a parameter for getting the information regarding the orientation of electric dipoles in polar liquids. The G effective values we have to carry out with the help of this equation, and GF we have to carry out of the another equation. That means G effective and GF correlation, Kirchoff correlation factors we have to find out from this work. Now this is the tabular form of the Kirchoff correlation factor of this binary mixture. That is the determination of this effective Kirchoff correlation factor over the entire concentration rate at different temperature of this binary mixture also provides qualitative information on the change in dipolar orientation ordering behavior. The G effective values of this studied mixture vary from G values of pure ethanolamine to diethanolamine with the concentration variation. The concentration and temperature dependent nonlinear behavior of the investigated binary mixture also confirms the change in dipolar ordering from their pure liquid state due to hydrogen bonding molecular interaction. The effective value of the correlation factor for ethanolamine are larger than the corresponding value of diethanolamine. The value of G effective decreases with an increase in the mole fraction of diethanolamine in the system. The values are greater than 1 indicates the parallel orientation of electrical dipoles, and less than 1 indicates the anti-parallel orientation of the electrical dipoles. The GFT value for pure ethanolamine is 1.983 at 303 degree Kelvin, which is a good agreement with the earlier reported value in the earlier work, and the GFT value of ethanolamine is greater than unity in the ethanolamine rich region and less than unity in the diethanolamine rich region, which is confirms parallel dipole-dipole orientation in the ethanolamine region and anti-parallel dipole-dipole correlation in the diethanolamine rich region. We have to observe with the help of this value. And another GF value, with the help of this GF value, which gives the angular correlation between the molecules of the system, are less than 1. This indicates that the effective dipoles in the mixture will be less than the corresponding average value in pure liquids. The values of GF are less than 1 at all concentration and temperatures except 283 and 288 Kelvin in ethanolamine rich region. The maximum deviations from unity is observed around 20% of diethanolamine in ethanolamine mixture for 283 and 288 Kelvin. The maximum deviation from unity in GF values of the ethanolamine diethanolamine mixture in this ethanolamine rich region confirms the strong intermolecular interaction between these two molecular between these two constituents to the dielectric polarization. Whereas with the dipolar behavior of ethanolamine with diethanolamine molecule, in the case of liquid state of the ethanolamine diethanolamine mixture, the deviation of GF value from unity is very small as compared to the semi-solid state. This indicates the strong intermolecular interaction at the melting point of ethanolamine. Temperature and concentration values are seen in this table. Now comes to the conclusion. The complex perimeter spectra of the binary mixtures of ethanolamine and diethanolamine over the microwave frequency range from 10 MHz to 20 GHz in relation to their molecular conformations. Dielectric reaction parameters and Kirchoff parameters have been reported for this mixture for various temperature and concentration. This data provides information regarding hydrogen bonding interaction in the polar liquids, and temperature change in dielectric behavior indicates the change in phase of the system in semi-solid to liquid state. Thank you very much. I am also thankful to retired Professor Dr. S. Marotra, Ramanujan Chair Professor, Department of Computer Science and Information Technology, Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad, and Professor V.P. Pawar, Head Department of Physics and Electronics, Maharashtra Udayagiri Mahavidyalaya, Udgir, for his valuable guidance during the work. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Dr. Amol Patil sir, for introducing to all participants about microwave dielectric spectroscopy and its application. Now, may I request to Dr. S.M. Bhagat for vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. I'm audible? I'm audible, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm here to give a vote of thanks. I would like to thank Shirachand Bhutala, Sahajivan Shikshan Sanstha President. And also say thanks to Nandukumar Gujarati, Vice President, Sahajivan Shikshan Sanstha. I would like to say thank you to Mangesh Bhai Bhutala, Secretary, Sahajivan Shikshan Sanstha. He always wants us to do some extraordinary activities in the college campus. I also said thanks to Chairman Anandrao Bhosle sir, ICS College Head. I also like to say thank you to Dr. G.B. Saran sir, Principal, ICS College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Head. I also say thanks to uh, conference convener Sachin Bhosle sir, and I also say thanks to Dr. A.M. Sheikh sir, coordinator IPAC and head of the department zoology. Now I would like to say thank you to today's resource person, Dr. Deepak Raverkar sir, Kolhapur College, Raigad. I want to also say thanks to Tiruna Purasum Kalliparan sir, who was the student resource person. I also want to say thanks Kiran Don sir, Mumbai University, Mulund College of Commerce, Mumbai, Maharashtra. I also thank Dr. S.P. Chauhan sir, and I want to say also thank to Dr. Amol Patil sir, ICS College Head. These are the today's resource persons. Now I want to say also thanks to advisory committee of this conference, member of the advisory committee of this conference, international advisory committee, Mrs. Manali, State, South Africa. I also want to say thank you Surna Purusu Kannaparin sir, Golgottis University. I want to say also thanks to Shahnaz Khan sir, Bahrain. I want to also say thanks to Pankaj Koinkar, Japan. I also want to say thanks to Julian Janet Martin Suzon, Philippines. I also say thanks to Jean Louis Marty, France. I also like to say thanks to National Advisory Committee member Dr. Aniruddha Muzumdar. I also say to thanks Shivare Chandrasekhar sir. I like to say thank you to Srimamji sir, head and assistant professor department of IT, University of Mumbai, Maharashtra, Indian. I also say two thanks to Deepak Ravarkar sir, Principal, Sundaram More, Senior College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Kolhapur, District, Ratnagiri. I would like to say thank you to Dr. Rajendra Patil, Assistant Professor, Mumbai. I would like to say thank you Bhimrao Chintaman Rao Khade sir, Head and Professor, Department of Chemistry, DSM College, Parvani, Swami Ramananda University, Marathwada University, Nanded. I would like to say Kiran Don sir. I would like to say Venkat P. Pawar sir, Principal, Sundarrao More, Sundarrao Solanki Mahavidyalaya, Mazalgaon District, Bid. I would like to say Yogesh Kumar Sharma, Rajasthan. I would like to say thank you Dr. A. Murumkar, Head of Department of Botany, CB Khedji College, Akkalkot. I also say thanks Sujata Sundar Iyer, Assistant Professor, Computer Science, Information Technology, Satish Pradhan, Jnana Sadhana College, Thane. I also want to say thank you to Organizing Secretary, Dr. R.S. Bhalerao sir and Dr. A.V. Patil sir. I would like to say thank you to Organizing Joint Secretary, Mr. Vinay Pujari and Mrs. Sejali M. Mutala madam. Now I would like to say the research paper review committee member Dr. S.K. Bhumre sir, Dr. Amol Patil sir, Mr. S.S. Kekani sir, Vinayak Pujari sir, Vijaya Bhosle madam, Ashwini Seth madam, Sejali madam. I would like to say thanks to organizing member of organizing committee committee member Dr. S.K. Bhumre sir, S.S. Sagar sir, Vijaya Bhosle madam, Ashwini Seth madam, Amit Jadhav sir, Deepak Tabe sir, S.M. Satpara sir, D.M. Shinde, Samadhan Seth, S.L. Savarkar. I would like to say also thanks to technical staff which did too much work in this during this conference. Dr. S.S. Sagar sir, Omkar Kapari sir, Shailesh Sutar sir, Amol Kamble, Deepak Mandavkar, and Swapnil Mari. And I also would like to say thank you to directly, indirectly cooperate to this conference, and thank you to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bhagat sir. Now we will take 5 minutes break. After the break, we will start the technical session. Now, this session will hand over to chairperson of the technical session. session guest
Balrao sir. Balrao sir. Patil sir. Amol Patil sir. स्टार्ट करायचं का? स्टार्ट करायचं.
पेपर प्रेझेंटेशन नाव
Now, welcome to all in this technical session.
करू स्टार्ट.
Once again, welcome to the technical session. First, Vanita Kamath, Dr. Vanita Kamath from Department of Zoology, Kirti Mahavidyalaya, Dadar, Mumbai. I would like to invite or present his research work in the technical session. Dr. Vanita Kamath.
Chairperson R.S. Balrao.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We start.
My name is Dr. Vanita Kamath. My topic is Sustainable Development Goal number 13, Climate Action. Climate change is affecting every. Weather patterns are changing, sea levels are rising, food production has affected. Why this is happening? Let's focus here on the screen. Looking at the graph that is borrowed from the NASA website, we can see there is an increase in temperature since the 19th century. This entire century, since 1900, this entire century we've seen a steady increase in the temperature due to the anthropogenic activity. The temperature is almost increased from 0.7 degrees in entire past century, which is almost roughly 8 times faster than the ice age recovery that has happened. So now, why this is happening? Fossil fuels are burning, deforestation is there, which is leading to more and more greenhouse gas emission. We know greenhouse gases like water vapor, methane oxide, ozone, etc., and carbon dioxide. They're getting released in the atmosphere. Very few trees remain on the ground just to absorb the excess of carbon. And then we know this leads to the high atmospheric temperature, which further leads to the melting of the glacier and then sea level rise. Ocean absorbs carbon dioxide and produces a lot of carbonic acid. Almost since 1900, 30% of oceans have become more acidic, which further affects the mollusk shells and other ecosystems like coral reefs. What we know, the quantities of greenhouse gas that are getting emitted have rise to such great extent, and that has broken a new record, which were not been seen in the last 30 lakhs years. So, world is on the path to global average temperature by more than 3 degrees Celsius in this century. If you look at the few climatic changes that has happened, incidences happened in last 1.5 years. According to the NASA, year 2020 has been the warmest year on the record. Antarctica has seen a lot of ice melt, which is leading to the sea. Australian bushfires have been there in last 1.5 years, which has led to the destruction of almost 1 billion different lives of different species. 25,000 beautiful koalas has been burnt because of their habitat has been wiped out. 2018 summer has been considered to be the hottest ever summer, has been of 41.9 degrees Celsius that has been recorded in Australia. Various European countries have broken the temperature records. Several high altitudes have seen a lot of fire activity. Rainfall has been more than average parts of the India. In some other parts, there has been a lot of drought has been observed. So severe lack of water also has been known in Australia. It is 2019 was considered as a on the record the driest year. Again, various countries have received a low rainfall, or other countries have received extreme high rainfall and leading to the flooding. So various lives also were being taken out because of this, and various tropical cyclones like Edie cyclone, then Dorian cyclone, and Hagibis cyclones, and so many different cyclones have been hit in the last half year. So if you just observe it, since in the last century, global temperature has been raised almost 0.85 degrees Celsius. 1 degree Celsius change rise leads to the it decreases the green yield by almost 5%. Sea level has rose almost 90% in last century. Arctic ice has been started shrinking since 1979 to almost 1.7 million kilometers square every year. Okay, so much has happened, and then global emission of carbon dioxide has increased by almost 50% of the since the 1990. So all this will probably increase. It has been predicted that there will be sea level rise that will happen to 24 to 30 centimeter by 2060. 40 to 63 centimeter by 2100, which will affect many different ecosystems, right? Like Arctic tundra, Amazon rainforest, coral reefs. So Paris Agreement came into existence in 2015, where international communities, 195 countries, members of these country members of United Nations, they made an agreement, and to keep this made an agreement to keep the average temperature below 2 degrees Celsius. The rise, they are going to keep it below 2 degrees Celsius. So during this Paris Agreement, United Nations has set 17 permanent sustainable development goals, SDGs they are called, to achieve the international cooperation among various. So these are the 17 goals that you can see on the screen. We have till 2013, all the members are set to achieve these goals. I'll be focusing on the climate action. All right. So we've seen 6% since COVID-19 started last year. But otherwise, this is a temporary reduction in the greenhouse gas emission that has been observed. All right. To achieve this 13th climate action goal, SDG number 13, take an urgent action combat climate change and its impact. This is the statement of United Nations statement for the Sustainable Development Goal number 13. We'll have different targets. So that goal can be achieved by setting 5 targets. Number one is to strengthen the resilience with respect to disasters that may happen in all the countries across the globe, integrate climate change measures into the national policies and planning, improve the education awareness raising, institutional capacity building with respect to the climate change, implement commitment undertaken by the developed countries, particularly the US, to address the needs of developing countries to the meaningful mitigation actions with respect to the climate change. And the last one is very important one, raising the capacities for effective climate planning and management. We know India is the 3rd highest carbon dioxide emitter. It is responsible for almost 6.9% of global emission. So government has launched this national action plan on climate change, on outlining the 8 national missions on climate change. These are national solar mission, enhanced energy efficiency, sustainable habitat, water mission, then sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, mission for green India, sustainable agriculture, strategic for climate change. These 8 missions and various different programs are happening under these. They are looking out for the to the SDG number, Sustainable Developmental Goal number 13, of course, about the climate action. What if we don't take an action? climate change will cause average global temperature to increase beyond 3 degrees Celsius, particularly 3.1 degrees Celsius. It has been considered. It will affect ecosystem, and it will lead to various increase in the various disasters, which will lead to the food and water scarcity, and it will lead to different conflict between various countries. So, what if we? How to address this? How to address this at an individual level? We must follow the United Nations Act Now campaign. This particular campaign is for is recommended daily action just to reduce our carbon footprint. So what it does is it says we must restrict our shower to maximum 5 minutes. We must carry the own bag, particularly the cloth bag, for a shopping purpose. We must drive less as much possible. Use public transport guides whenever necessary. Use local produce. Have a meat-filled meal as much as possible. Recycle, refill, reuse. Unplug the electric connection when not in use. Follow zero waste fashion. So this mission, I believe all of us are going to take an oath that we are going to follow this Act Now mission. United Nation. Yes, we will have a warmer future. We'll have a rainstorms, severe drought, cyclones, extreme heat waves are going to your future. Sea level is going to rise. Displacement of nearly half of the world population is expected to happen at the end of the century. So what is the conclusion? So we have to increase our efforts, investments in renewable energy sources. We must transform our energy industry, agriculture, and forestry system. Okay, just to ensure that we do not rise the global average temperature more than 2 degrees Celsius, or if possible, at least 1.5 degrees Celsius. We should rest it. It's going to rise, but we should rest it. We must have a public-private sector investment that needs to be done in a renewable energy sources. So, like solar energy, wind energy, hydro energy, tidal energy, and biomass. As a way of sustainable production of energy. This will, of course, help to build the climate resilience, ensure cleaner air, great food security, and more livable cities and a better health. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to the committee to allow me to present my topic. Thanks a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Balarav, sir.
Hello.
Yes.
Dr. Vanitha Kamath, madam, have presented a very recent informative overview work on the Sustainable Development Goal number 13, especially climate action. How the anthropogenic activity means human activity causing the global warming, how we have to increase the greenhouse gases, which is responsible for the global warming. And again, Madam have also say about how to take the urgent action against to reduce the global warming increasing activity, and what if we don't take action which is responsible to increase the temperature of environment. And finally, in the conclusion, some of the activity they have to explain to how to control the global warming. Actually, this is a time of global warming, and everyone we have to involve in that, how to stop the anthropogenic activity to increase the global warming. Madam, really you have taken the very interesting topic, and it is related to each and everyone. The work, our overview work of you is very excellent and very informative. And I think anyone have again any suggestion to this topic, or if you have any queries regarding to this topic, please put in your chat box. We will be give the response later on. So I thank you, Vanitha Kamath madam. You have given the very excellent presentation here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Vanitha madam. Thank you once again. Now, next presenter is Rakesh Kumar Kashyap from management, and session of this Chairman of this session is Mrs. V.S. Bhosle Madam. Now I will hand over to this chairman, Mrs. V.S. Bhosle Madam. Rakesh Kumar Kashyap. And chairman of this session is Mrs. V.S. Bhosle Madam.
Bhosle Madam, are you there?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Rakesh Kumar Kashyap, PhD scholar, Management Department from Dr. C.V. Raman University. My topic is role of television advertisement on the purchasing behavior of OTC drugs. These are some points that I will cover in this session. In the first introduction, advertisement is a non-personalized paid communication from identified sponsor using mass media to affect the influence and audience. Advertising is simply a form of communication, a friendly conversation that needs feedback through occasional feelings involving the buyer in the message. Television advertisement is one of the world's most popular entertainment media because of its visual activity communication. TV empowers a person to create communication by combining movements, sounds, words, color, personality, and stage layout to express idea in a larger and more comprehensive manner. He distributed the audience. These are some research objectives. First is to demographic dynamic analysis and OTC drugs consumer profile. Then to accessing the relationship between TV advertising and consumer satisfaction of OTC drugs. And last is to identifying factors that influence the purchase decision in relation to OTC drug purchase behavior. Over-the-counter drugs, also known as non-prescription drugs, OTC drugs available from a pharmacist or a reputable retail store without prescription. OTC drugs are mainly used for the management of medical conditions that can be considered self-medicine. The Drugs and Cosmetics Act 1945 DCR was formally designed to explain applicable law for the sale and manufacture of drugs as well as cosmetic. DCA and DCR has different schedules for different drugs categories. Advertising of OTC drugs in India. These are the advertising of OTC such as digestic preparation, antacids, cold drops and balms, glucose powder, cough syrups, anti-age drugs, smoking casein drugs, etc. This part is research methodology. This research is a dynamic research-based process that uses both primary and secondary data. Sample size and method. The researchers use a simple method to model example of the probability of sample and sample size 310 respondents living in Bilaspur district, Chhattisgarh. Design of questionnaire. The interview process is made up of 42 questions. The program was planned for less than 3 topics, namely personal details, OTC drugs related TV ad preference and TV impact advertisement in decision making. The impact of a magnitude of TV ad satisfaction is measured using a 3-point scale, namely dissatisfaction, moderated satisfaction, and higher satisfaction. Continue. Part data collection. For the purpose of the study, primary and secondary data were used. Key details were present: a collection of respondents with second questionnaire and data collected from various websites, articles, journal, and books. Data analysis. Data collected was placed in table and translated. The mathematical tools used for data analysis and descriptive, statistical, and correlation analysis. This is the limitation of the study. Any research will be restricted to its doses by the limit of natural certain issue with the choice of research design, modeling process and respondent section. This study has two following limitation. This opinion is based on the view of OTC drugs consumer watching TV in Bilaspur region, Chhattisgarh only. Respondents are not aware of its effectiveness. Some respondents are reluctant to respond because they are so a lack of interest. This is the table of variables with different types variable such as gender, age, marital status. This table has 4 columns. First is demographic variable, second is category, third is frequency, and fourth is percentage of respondents. We can easily see male 189 respondents and female has 121. That is 39%. According to age, below 25, 46 respondents, and 26 to 35 has 140 respondents. Same as 36 to 45 year, 62 respondents, and 46 to 50 year, 34 respondents. We can easily say different variables with different respondents. Table 1 shows that the largest group of respondents, 45%, were under the middle age group, age 26 to 35, 61% male respondents, 68 married respondent, professional educational qualification 50% is strong, 38 of them were private service employee, 10,001 to 20,000 represents of about 33 and 38 of respondents living in urban area. This table show the intercorrelation variable between factors of advertising and consumer satisfaction on OTC drugs based on the television advertisement. This is the correlation of satisfaction level and purchase time, TV advertisement problem, and product related information. Total number of respondents 310. We can easily say all correlation value has a positive, it not negative value. Table to show that to find out the direction of the relationship between advertisement features and service satisfaction of long lasting consumer goods based on television commercials. Carl Pearson integration rate was available used. The higher the relationship, the higher will be the relationship between the variable and the next it influence customer satisfaction at the highest level. Above table clearly show that there is a positive relationship between advertising features and customer service satisfaction of OTC drugs. The result is not a bad relationship. The integration variables shown in the table show the importance and positive relationship between advertised features that are selected. The customer satisfaction is relation to the consumer long lasting assets in a television commercial between independent variable purchase time. Here R has a 0.326 and P value has less than 0.01. Television advertisement problems has correlation R 0.186 and value of P is less than 0.01, and product related information correlation value R equal to 0.367 and value of P is less than 0.01, highly related and modulated to consumer satisfaction. In this table we can see the intercorrelation variable between factors of purchase behavior and service, brand trust and price on OTC drugs based on the advertisement. We can say all value has positive. In the table number 3 clearly show that there is a good relationship between the ethics aspects of the purchase and the conduct of the complete purchase of the OTC drugs. The result does not show any bad relationship. The diversity of integration is presented in the table, showing the importance and positive relationship between the independent features and consumer purchasing behavior in OTC drugs based on television advertising. Between independent variety service correlation R equal to 0.834 and value of P is less than 0.01. Brand trust has correlation 0.601 and value of P less than 0.01, and price also has correlation R equal to 0.829 and value of P is less than 0.01, are closely related and closely related to the purchase decision. In the last conclusion, television advertisement techniques have a high impact of viewers. Most ads usually convey their message effectively in just a few seconds to the audience. Unknowingly look the idea and incorporated it into the purchase and switching to the OTC drugs or new advertising product. The effects of television advertising is appealing is affects everyone, children, singers and adults who deserve and love them. The appreciation gradually decreases. Advertisers should therefore be more focused on information, product branding, and will increase the impact of consumers. It has been shown that annual monthly household income play an important role in purchasing OTC drugs. Most importantly, it is mentioned that television advertising influence the buying behavior of these who lead consumers. Advertising research styles are involved and developed in part through the influence of advanced technology and access to high quality ideas that approaches. Another finding of the study was that older people, regardless of their gender, marital status, qualification, income, occupation, and area, strongly believe that TV commercial have an impact on their minds and that TV advertising not only increase their engagement in purchasing but leads into the increasing the frequency of their purchases. These are some references. Thanks all of you.
Mrs. V.S. Bhosle, madam, any queries?
No, sir.
Any suggestion or any queries?
No, sir. No.
Okay, thank you, madam. Now, next presenter is Mr. M. Sangre from Chemical Sciences. And the chairman of the session is Dr. S.M. Bhagat. Now, I will hand over this session to Dr. S.M. Bhagat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Paper in this our 2nd international conference on emerging advancement and challenges science, technology and management, organized by Srimati Indira Mahadev Behre College of Arts, Shriman Chandulal Seth College of Commerce, and Srimati Shobhanatai Chandulal Seth College of Science. Here I present my paper. The topic or the title of my paper is Analytical Study of Water Quality of Kadli River at different villages from Ratnagiri and Lanza Tehsil, Ratnagiri district of Maharashtra. Myself, Milind Manohar Sangare. I am from Arts, Commerce, Science College, Lanza. Now this is my introduction. Now first we discuss abstract or the summary of this my paper. Here I study different physical, chemical as well as biological parameters of water sample of Kadli River. I did this study from at different villages from Ratnagiri as well as Lanza Tehsil. I did this study once in a month for a period of 1 year, that is from January 2020 to December 2020. The analysis was done to study the quality of water. I did this analysis to study the quality of water. I compare all these parameters with the parameter prescribed by WHO and IS, and then I study the suitability of this water for a domestic purpose, industrial purpose, as well as agricultural purpose. Now, introduction. We know that water is an important factor on the earth. So I decide to study the quality of this water, and Kadli River is a main river present in Ratnagiri district. Now, this river here, when we study the path of this river is originated near Ambaghat area, where it originated from two rivers, Gad River and Kew River. Gad River and Kew rivers are combined near Sakarpa village, and new river is their form, which is Kadli River, and it ends near Bhate village, Ratnagiri. This river travel from different villages, and this village is located at my DC purpose, means industrial purpose also. So next, the material and method. In case of material and method, here we collected the samples from different villages, mainly four villages: Sanderai, Navet, Anjanari, and Kangavli. And here we use here
Any queries? Any suggestions?
Hello. Hello. I'm audible? Sir, I'm audible?
Yes, sir. Are you audible? You are audible, sir. Please take.
Samgari sir, now working at a burning issue of water quality because in every year in the world the water quality is getting down, and it is a very important issue which is the life of water is the life of human and plant also. So we should know the quality of water quality and how to improve our quality of water. We can make them aware to the public. So this work is a very good work. There is no other any queries. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, next
Good
presenter.
afternoon, sir.
हाँ सर, बोला सर.
Good afternoon, Yogesh Sharma, sir. Patil, sir, carry on.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Now, next research paper presenter is Ranjita Golve from Life Science, and Dr. R.S. Balrao sir is the chairperson of this session.
Bhosle sir.
I think this video is not audible.
Bo- Sound is not here.
Good afternoon, sir. This is Ranjita here.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I think my presentation is lacking audio.
Yeah.
Wait. Yes.
Good morning, everyone.
Are you
I'm
audio?
Ranjita, working in Department of Science, Maharaja Agraseni School, Memnagar, Ahmedabad. My topic for today's discussion is effect of ranitidine on hypoglycemic activity of glibenclamide. Objective of this study was to evaluate the effect of ranitidine on hypoglycemic activity of glibenclamide. Introduction. Sulfonylureas, glycoside, glipizide, glibenclamide are oral antibiotic drugs recommended as second-line treatment in patients with type 2 diabetes. There are several patients who suffer from both diabetes and peptic ulcers. In such a patient, H2 receptor antagonist is administered concomitantly with sulfonylureas. Like cimetidine, ranitidine binds to cytochrome P450 in the liver, where it appears to exert an inhibitory effect, but to a lesser extent than cimetidine. Several drugs which are known to interact with cimetidine have been found not to interact significantly with ranitidine, including propranolol, lignocaine, etc. Therefore, in present study, it is hypothesized that ranitidine, that is H2 receptor antagonist, may also influence the metabolism of glibenclamide. Material and methods. 6 albino rabbits were taken for the study. Glibenclamide was administered to each rabbit as a single drug therapy on day 1, while it was co-administered with ranitidine on each rabbit as a combinational drug therapy on day 7. Ranitidine was administered to each rabbit from day 2 to day 6 as a single drug therapy. Blood sugar levels were estimated on day 1 and on day 7 at 0, 1, 2, 4 and 6 hours. So the results of this study, which is effect of ranitidine on hypoglycemic activity of glibenclamide in rabbits, is as follows. The mean blood sugar level readings at 0, 1, 2, 4 and 6 hours on day 1 were 90.9, 82.3, 70.4, 62.2 and 66.5 milligram percentage. And on day 7 were 90.1, 76.9, 68.1, 57.9 and 63.6 milligram percentage respectively. When readings on day 1 and day 7 were compared, there was no significant change at 1 and 6 hours, but the blood sugar level at 1, 2 and 4 hours were significantly reduced after co-administration of glibenclamide and ranitidine. Discussion. Cytochrome P450 2C9 enzyme is primarily involved in the metabolism of sulfonylureas 15. To a lesser extent, CYP3A4 enzyme is also involved in sulfonylurea metabolism. CYP2C9 enzyme inhibitors such as cimetidine, fluoxamine, and warfarin may elevate the plasma concentrations of sulfonylureas and subsequent hypoglycemic risk. The reported interactions of ranitidine with warfarin, metoprolol, nifedipine, theophylline, and fentanyl appear to be due to inhibition of cytochrome P450. As sulfonylureas are well known to be metabolized by liver microsomal enzyme system, the disease in blood sugar level in combination with glibenclamide is possible due to an effect of ranitidine on hepatic metabolism. Thus, present study includes that ranitidine is involved in drug interaction with glibenclamide, which may be a clinical relevance. Adverse drug interactions can be avoided by careful monitoring of treated patients and adjustments of the doses where appropriate. Conclusion: ranitidine, when co-administered with glibenclamide, significantly enhances hypoglycemic action of glibenclamide. Therefore, combination of glibenclamide with ranitidine would have to be carefully monitored in diabetic patients, as delicate glucose control may be lost due to drug interaction. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Your work, research work on effect of ranitidine on hypoglycemic activity. It is actually need of time. I think it's need of time to do the work on such type of research activity, because most of the peoples from our country which is suffering by this diabetes, and this type of work which is definitely may be useful to create on the diabetes patient. So I think it's very interesting and novel work. So I thanks to Ranjita Gholwe madam for your good research work. Okay, thank you, madam.
Thank you, madam. Now, next presenter is Ramaya Madan Gopal from Life Science. The chairman of this session is Dr. R.S. Bhalera.
Respected invited guests, faculty members, and other delegates, good afternoon to one and all. I am Ramaya Madan Gopal, Assistant Professor of Pillai Chusi College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Rasaini. I'm standing before to present the paper on the topic phagocytosis of metallic nanoparticle and generation of oxidative bursts in neutrophils. Let me just present my screen for you all. As I mentioned, the topic is phagocytosis of metallic nanoparticles and generation of oxidative bursts in neutrophils. As an introduction, respiratory bursts play an important role in immune system. It's a crucial reaction that occurs in phagocytes to degrade internalized particles and bacteria. A respiratory burst or oxidative burst is a rapid release of reactive oxygen species from the cells. Usually, the release of these chemicals from the immune cells, especially phagocytotic cells, neutrophils, and macrophages, indicate that they may have come in contact with microbes and ingested them. Nanoparticles mimic the action of bacterial or viral infection. Neutrophils, being the first line of defense, are the ones who interact with them first. Neutrophils are phagocytic innate leukocytes that kill microbes through oxidative bursts after ingestion. NADPH oxidase is responsible for massive oxidative burst. Moving on to the aims and the objective of the study. Inflammatory response of cerium oxide nanoparticles is investigated in the current study. Safety analysis is tested here as it is used as automotive exhaust catalyst and play a vital role in cosmetic products. Now we move on to materials and methods that are used in a particular study. Cerium oxide nanoparticles were commercially produced from Sigma Aldrich. NBT was purchased from Amersco. Nanoparticle characterization was done where cerium oxide nanoparticles were characterized with the help of transmission electron microscopy. In vitro studies of oxidative bursts was also conducted. Isolation of neutrophils was carried out by Ficol-Hypec technique of whole healthy human blood. Isolated neutrophils were incubated with 0.3 NBT for half an hour at room temperature, followed by incubation for half an hour with cerium oxide nanoparticles in a carbon dioxide incubator. Cerium oxide nanoparticles were used at 2 doses. Cell incubated with hydrogen peroxide served as positive control, and cells incubated with PBS served as a negative control. After incubation period, the cells with the aid of phase contrast microscope for for formation and appearance of reduced blue formation, which indicate that oxidative burst has taken place in those cells. Percentage of formation positive cells was calculated with respect to total cell count of 100 to 200 cells on an average per field of view. Moving on to the results. TEM image depicted fairly uniform, well-dispersed cerium oxide nanoparticles of 50 to 60 nanometer, thereby eliminating the variability due to size. This is explained in figure 1 that is shown here. Cerium oxide nanoparticles show increase in increased numbers of NBT-reduced neutrophils, indicating increased oxidative burst. Total cell lysis was observed in positive samples where hydrogen peroxide was added to neutrophils. The negative control, consisting of cell incubated with PBS, showed a minimum number of blue cells as depicted. 7 to 20% NBT positive results were reported in control cells in various references due to normal amount of NADPH oxidase present in the cell membrane of neutrophils. With increasing concentration of nanoparticles, which is introduced, statistically significant increase in the number of NBT-reduced cells were also observed. Table 1 depicts the cell count and the percentage of formation positive blue cells in the shown graphically in figure 3 here. As a conclusion, I would like to mention that neutrophils incubated with cerium oxide nanoparticles showed dose-dependent increase in oxidative burst activity, which was significant when compared to the negative control. This phenomenon occurs in vivo would result in inflammation. Generation of ROS due to ingestion of cerium oxide nanoparticles by human neutrophil is shown in this study, and such an inflammatory response may be good or detrimental for the body. To sign off, these are the references that I have taken for literature review and for the complete analysis of the present study. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, madam. Ramaya Madan Gopal madam have presented the research work on phagocytosis of metallic nanoparticles and generation of oxidative burst in the neutrophils. It is a really very good and experimental work. The objective, materials and methods that is exactly related to the topic, and I think it is a very good and experimental work. Thank you, madam. I think anyone have suggestion related to this one? They have to put in a chat box. Otherwise, it was a very good and excellent. Thank you. Thank you so much, madam.
Next, Rishikesh survey from Chemical Sciences. The chairman of the session is Dr. S.M. Bhagat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Rishikesh survey.
Hello. Topic is water quality assessment of Mazar Dam, Lanza. What we have performed is that Mazar Dam is located in Lanza, some 1 to 2 kilometers away from city, and that water is being used to the nearby village. And it is very important aspect to analyze that water with respect to its physico-chemical nature. And we have performed 15 to 16 tests, and all the quality, all the values are found within permissible limit. And therefore, we conclude that water is safe to use for household purpose with some taking some care. This is the introduction. Mazar Dam is in Konde village, Lanza Tehsil. Nearby villages are those which are using water for different purposes are Mazar, Agarwadi, Purnagaon, Kondye itself, This water body is formed due to water coming from the Western Ghats. People living nearby uses this water for drinking, washing, agriculture purpose, though the agriculture process carrying out is very small, in very small level. Another utility is for fishing. The nature is very beautiful surround the Mazar Dam. The dam is constructed few decades ago, and here there is some need to analyze the quality of water, as this water are used as drinking purpose, for agriculture purpose. This is the beautiful image of Mazar Dam, and another is the Google image where we can find it. We brought the water from different sites of the dam and brought into the lab. We determined physico-chemical parameters, and sampling was done 2 times from May to September 2020. That is pre-monsoon period and post-monsoon period. Okay, results and discussion. First is the physical nature parameter, temperature 27, TDS 278. Conductivity is also good. pH is 7.2, odor, and no, there is no odor, and color is colorless. Means parameters are within the range, right? Till now, what we say, water pollution is not an issue, right? These are the chemical parameters. First is total hardness by DTA titration, comes out to be 223, COD 172, potassium dichromate method. Dissolve oxygen, we have find out 4.28, free CO 156, BOD, right, 4.2. It's a good value, is within the range. Total alkalinity 140, sulfate 143, nitrates 2.6, chlorides 35.8, sodium, potassium, phosphate, magnesium, calcium, iron we have analyzed, and their values are found to be in permissible limit as prescribed by WHO. Means these 15 parameters has been analyzed to check the water quality, and these are the basic tests which is to be needed to be carried out to find out nature of pollution of the water. In the past also many research papers are there to analyze the water quality of the dam in many parts of India, and not only in India and outside. The dam water quality assessments have been carried out. Few dams they are safe, but few dams, due to extensive uses as a washing of cattle for agriculture purpose, right, the drainage comes again back in the river, sulfates increased, right. Secondly, BOD levels goes very much below the actual level because aerobic and anaerobic bacteria are present to such a great level. Second, due to presence of industry around the dam, around the water body, the drainage come inside the water, right? And due to these various activities, both industrial as well as household activities, the water body gets polluted, right? And that's why it is very necessary to find out physicochemical parameters of the water bodies so that the people living on it, using it, the health do not get affected, right? And in during analysis of many water bodies around the world, some water bodies of the dam gets so much polluted due to other activities, due to industrial, household activities. Right? These are the basic summary has been shown how different water bodies get affected, not only in India, but even outside the India. Right? But our water body is safe to use it. Why? We have concluded that though the people uses for different agriculture activity, but in Konkan agriculture is carried out in very small level, right? Secondly, there is no nearby food industry. The people living around lake, the populate is not so much, area is not so much populated, and yes, where only there are few people living, though it is utilized by villages, but the population of that villages are very much small, right? And till now the water is safe, but due to urbanization in the future, this water body may get affected as more and more industry is going to come nearby, more and more urbanization is going to occur, and overall this will make this will affect the water body to some extent, and hence regular assessment of the water body is required. But here now it is very safe to say that dam water is safe. Conclusion: their values are in permissible range and is safe for drinking and to use other purposes, right? These are the few references, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Surya sir, thank you. Your research topic is very good topic, and it have universal scope. It means it was a scope at past. It is also now present, and it is also scope in future also. So keep it up. Thank you so much.
Next, Suma Devi KR from Chemical Sciences, and the chairman of this session is Dr. S.M. Bhagat.
चालू करो. हाँ
वीडियो
वीडियो आना चाहिए. वीडियो पूरा स्टार्ट करो.
Good morning, everyone. Today, presenting a paper on entitled with the effect of cobalt doping on the structure and optical property of ZNS nanoparticle, prepared by Cope spatial method. I am presenting author Suma Devi KR. My guide is Dr. G. Krishnamurthy, and co-guide is Professor H.S. Bhoja Naik, and my co-author is Prabhakar Valmiki sir. And I am from Department of PG Studies and Research in Chemistry, the Science College, which is the Constitution College of Kuyempu University. I am briefly, this is the content of my paper work: abstract, introduction, experimental method, result and discussion, and the reference. I am briefly explain the abstract. In a abstract, cobalt that in a zinc sulfide nanoparticles was synthesized by keeping agent with such as polyvinyl pyrrolidone by Cope station method. The structural and optical property of was characterized by using spectral techniques like X-ray diffraction, FTRI, UV visible spectroscopy, and SEM and DDAX. The optical band gap was determined by UV visible spectra, and the band gap value is found to be in the range of 3.6 to 4.2 electron volts. The energy band gap value and the particle size of ZNS nanoparticle was affected by the caping agent is explained by in my paper. Keywords photoluminescence, caping, and the polyvinyl pyrrolidone and a nanoparticle. In the introduction, in the recent year, having a great interest of a semiconductor nanoparticle wide band gap due to their size dependent properties. One of the best example of zinc sulfide nanoparticle is an important material because of its wide band gap of approximately 3.72 electron volts. Zinc sulfide is a good host nanoparticle. When doped appropriately, can give an enhanced optoelectric property of zinc sulfide. Zinc sulfide nanoparticle with a different structure and morphology was studied using a variety of methods. Polyvinyl pyrrolidone is one of the good caping agent and a non-toxic caping agent, which are great attention because of its provides a favorable factor such as large scale of production and high yield, and this synthesis method has a great influence on the size. The experimental method, the synthesized nanoparticles are zinc sulfide and capped and uncaped cobalt doped nanoparticle were synthesized by a chemical co-pression method. Analyte amount of 0.5 molar of zinc acetate was dissolved in 100 ml of distilled water in a beaker and placed in a hot plate, maintained a temperature at 60 degrees Celsius with the continuous stirring for about 30 minutes. After the 30 minutes, equimolar solution of a sodium sulfide was added dropwise into the above solution with a vigorous stirring. When the solution become slightly colloidal, the precipitate compound was filtered by using a filter paper, and the filter paper washed with the compound is washed with several times with the distilled water. The washed precipitate are dried overnight and was crushed in a fine powder and placed in a desiccator. This method is followed by to synthesize the cobalt doped sardonyx nanoparticle with a caping agent and without caping agent. To maintaining all the prerequisites same by adding the cobalt acetate in a solution for a zinc acetate along with the polyvinyl pyrrolidone caping agent. The compound which are uncapped cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticle was prepared following the same method but without adding a polyvinyl pyrrolidone. In the result in the discussion, the XRD pattern was of zinc sulfide, and this is one is polyvinyl pyrrolidone cobalt doped ZNS compound, and this is the uncapped cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticle. In all the patterns are showed a sharp peak, which showed a crystalline nature with a sharp peak. The three strong peaks are obtained at 28.83 degree, 48.71 degree, and 56.88 degree, indicate the crystalline structure, and the three reflectance planes are observed here. One and the main one is 111, and the second one is 220, and the third one is 311, which indicate the cubic zinc blended structure. The broadening become in the pattern of a cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticle because of zinc ions are substituted by the cobalt ions. The average crystalline size has been calculated by using the Debye-Scherrer formula. The molecular structure of the compound was determined by transformer infrared analysis, and the different vibrational bands are confirmed the functional group present in the samples. In the UV visible spectroscopy, S3 absorption peaks are obtained for zinc sulfide and capped and uncapped doped zinc sulfide nanoparticles. For ZNS, 292 absorption peaks are obtained. For uncapped and capped zinc sulfide cobalt doped zinc sulfide nanoparticle, 300 and 334 nanometer are obtained. The slight shift in the absorption edges is due to the confinement effect. Absorption bands are plays and very important roles to investigate our band gap energy, our synthesized nanoparticles band gap energy. The value of band gap obtained for ZNS is 3.6 electron volts and the 4.1 and the 4.2 electron volts for capped and uncapped cobalt ZNS respectively. The luminescence intensity is appreciably enhanced on adding of caping agent. This is the zinc sulfide nanoparticle photoluminescence spectra, and this one is the capped and uncapped cobalt ZNS nanoparticle spectra. The excitation wavelengths of all the nanoparticles, all the synthesized nanoparticles are 325 nanometer. The photoluminescence emission of spectra of synthesized nanoparticle are recorded at a room temperature or room temperature. ZNS nanoparticles show only blue emission peaks related with the point effect of a zinc sulfide nanoparticle at a 410 nanometer and 438 nanometer. The synthesized cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticles show efficient emission of red band with a peak at 649 nanometer with blue emission suppressed. The luminescence intensity is, as compared to ZNS, the luminescence intensity of cobalt capped and uncapped cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticle, the intensity is appreciably enhanced on adding a capping agent with the cobalt, and also the intensity of decreases in uncapping cobalt ZNS nanoparticle in doped sample. In conclusion, the pure ZNS capped and pure ZNS nanoparticle, capped and uncapped cobalt ZNS nanoparticle was successfully synthesized by post-repetion method using a polyvinyl pyrrolidine as a capping agent. This method is being a very simpler method, and a low-cost chemical component are suitable for industrial large-scale production. The XRD of cobalt ZNS nanoparticle exhibits a zinc blended structure. The FTRA confirmed the formation of nanoparticle by comparing the shift in the position of peak of capped cobalt doped ZNS nanoparticle and uncapped doped ZNS nanoparticle. The formation of nanoparticle was also supported and also morphological study is carried out by the SEM and EDAX analysis. The intensity of photoluminescence emission was observed to decreases with the addition of cobalt doped in ZNS along with the capping agent. Capping agent are not only to reduce the particle size but also to enhance the optical property. Thank you for presenting the paper in your conference.
Thank you, madam. And your work is very good work. The scope of coordination chemistry is too much, because the applications of this coordination chemistry is very large. So your work is also good. Thank you so much.
Next is Suresh Kumar Kashyap from IT, and the chairman of this session is Mr. S.V. Maske.
Okay, sir.
Good morning, all of you. My name is Suresh Kumar Kashyap. I am research scholar from Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kargi Road, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. My research topic is analysis of effective machine learning based model for improving healthcare by thyroid disease prediction. First, introduction. The healthcare industry is one of the largest industries in the world, and it has a direct effect on the quality of life of people in the country. Healthcare is the diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease, illness, injury, and other physical and mental impairments in humans. These days, machine learning play a key role in many health-related realms, including the development of new medical processes, the handling of patients' data and records, and the treatment of chronic diseases. There are already exist model in machine learning which can predict the chronic illness like heart disorder, infection, and essential disease. In this research, we were applied machine learning techniques for best medical prediction for thyroid disease. These are my research objectives. First is the main objective of this research work is to apply Navier Bayes and decision tree algorithm for best prediction for thyroid disease. A comparative analysis of both types of algorithm, and to investigate the opportunities of identifying both algorithms. These are some review of literature. In the first, we can understand thyroid disease. Thyroid disease is a general form for a medical condition that keeps your thyroid from making the right amounts of hormones. Your thyroid typically makes hormones that keep your body functionally normally. Thyroid disease has two types. First is when the thyroid makes too much thyroid hormones. This is called hyperthyroidism. And when you have too little thyroid hormones in your body, it is called hypothyroidism. In hypothyroidism, our thyroid gland can make too little hormones. This is the architectural process of research work. In the first, input data, then pre-process of data, then choose optimal features, then dividing data, training data set and testing data set, then use classification algorithm, and the last, performance evaluation. Data set description. The data set used for experimental purpose, we can download it was used for implemented with multiple instances of 23 independent attributes and 1 dependent attributes. These are category of data. First, normal. Second, hyperthyroidism, and third, hypothyroidism. This is the data set attributes. In my research work, many attributes used, and each attributes have value type. Some attributes have continuous, some true and false. Maximum attributes has with true and false value. The proposed system consists of many parts. That is, first is data processing. Under data processing, we do data cleaning, normalization, etc. Second is strong feature selection. Feature selection is a key concept in machine learning that improve the performance of your model. And last is predictive model development. Model evaluation is a process with the help of which we determine the quality of prediction of a system. Model evaluation has two types: cross-validation and hold-out model development. These are classifier that I used in my research work. First is Navier-Bayes classifier and second is decision tree. The Navier-Bayes divider are a group of development algorithm that support Bayes theorem, not a single algorithm, but a family of algorithm in which they all share the same goal, which means that each of the components is independent of each other. The Navier-Bayes separator is an example of a machine that normally perform a separating function. Second is decision tree. This algorithm used to find out regression as well as classification problems. It follow a tree structure by selecting the first node as the root node based on the attributes. Initially, to know the root node, all the attributes are evaluated, find the best attributes among all using attribute selection measure. These are steps of my research work. First is, in the first step, import the basic library files such as pandas, numpy, seaborn, etc. In the second step, load dataset in CSV format. In the step 3, explore the data by replacing the missing value and selected the features. In step 4, divide the data in training data and tested data. In the next step, import classifier. Then fit function and predict function used. In the last step, estimate the accuracy of model and draw confusion matrix. These all steps used for both algorithms. First is and second is evaluation criteria. I have used 3 evaluation criteria. First is accuracy. Accuracy is the most intuitive performance measure, and it is simply a ratio of correctly predicted to the total observation. Accuracy has true positive plus true negative divided by true positive plus false negative plus true negative. Second is precision. Precision is the ratio of correctly predicated positive observation to the total predicated positive observation. Precision has true positive divided by true positive plus false positive. And the last, recall. Recall is the ratio of correctly predicated positive observation to the all observation in actual class yes. Recall has true positive divided by true positive plus false negative. In the result section, thyroid dataset contains patient health like age, sex, thyroxine, etc. I have used 1030 patient record were taken for performance with 9 selected features. And NAVIC bias classifier not provide best result compared than decision tree classifier. Decision tree provide accuracy is 93.7. We can see both classifier accuracy. Navis bias provide 76.2 and decision tree provide 93.7% accuracy. These are the graph where true value 1 and 0. 1 represent the positive value, the patient is with thyroid disease, and 0 represent negative value, the patient is not with thyroid disease. In the last conclusion, healthcare using classification techniques brought new way to advance the technology with automatic prediction with quick treatment of patients. In this paper, 2 classification techniques were implemented for the prediction of diseases. The classification model is generated based on the training data, and the data is tested through prediction in the prediction stage. Thyroid dataset were tested using classification algorithm using Python environment. Classification and regression problems were solved mostly by this supervised classification algorithm. It is clear that decision tree classifier algorithm has given the best accuracy results when compared to other techniques. Thus, by this, it is very clear that healthcare organization can adopt predicting technology using classifying algorithms for healthy living. These are some references. Thanks all of you.
I'm Maskesh Dakar. Mr. Suresh Kumar Kashyap have presented very important information on the analysis effective machine learning, which is best. Also, Suresh Kumar gives the healthcare using machines, thyroid diseases, Navy bias, etc. information. Very informative, and I am thank you for giving the presentation. Thank you, sir. Suresh Kumar Kashyap.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Next presenter is Dr. B.G. Yadav from IT, and the chairperson of this session is Mr. S.V. Maske.
Good morning, one and all. May I introduce myself? Dr. Balasaheb Gopal Yadav, English Department, ICS College, Khed. My paper name is Role of English Language in Information Technology. English language is widely spoken on this planet. This language is called official language. It is also called business language. When cross-border business takes place, at that time, both countries applied English language. For example, when Indian people wanted to start their business in America, their communication should take place in English language. So, English language is playing important role in technology. It is also called official language. Not only India, but also all over the world. All the official correspondence take place in the English language. In the modern era or new era, there are many challenges faced by the teachers. New model of teachings. So today's new model of teaching is mobile or internet. 1.5 years, colleges and schools are closed down. Professors who are working from home and students who are learning from home. At that time, technology is playing important role for the students as well as the professors and the teacher. All the classes from junior KG to senior levels take place with the help of technology. The traditional method is changed in the entry of technology. Traditional methods, professor or teacher by giving the notes to the students in the class. In this way, he should waste his 50% lecture by giving the notes. But new technology, in each class, there is a LCD projector. Professor or teacher, they should prepare their own notes, and in the class, with the help of LCD projector and internet, they should display all the notes on the whiteboard. Student can understand all the points. The next benefit is that if students are not writing all the notes, the professor can send all the transparency and all the notes to the students. Suppose when professor announce a topic, before that he should send all the points and transparency to the students with the help of WhatsApp. Student can study all the points at home, and suppose he has doubt, he can raise the questions in the class and his doubt should be clear. In this way, the technology is playing important role in modern era. Next and important things is that today's job market is totally depends upon English language. In India, we find that 50% engineering students English is very weak, and in this way they should not get the job, and they try at their level best to develop their English. How they can develop their English? They can develop their English with the help of technology. There are many apps and videos available on the internet. With the help of internet, students of engineering college or students for humanities or students from other categories, they can learn English with the help of videos. Ancient time, these facilities are not available. With the help of teachers, they can learn the English language. But today, we have the many facilities with the help of technology, we should learn the English language. Technology's language is the English language. Suppose if you want the mobile or mobile apps or tools, so you want to learn the English language. If you want to learn the computers, you want to learn the English language, because all the instructions is in the English language. So when you read the instruction very carefully, then you can start the computer or you can off the computer. For example, when teacher make the plan of his lecture, first he should open the Zoom or meeting app. In Zoom app, teacher have the knowledge how to open the Zoom and how to send the program to the students. Students have the knowledge of the Zoom or meeting app, and student as well as the professor have the knowledge of the technology. They should learn the language with the help of technology. So in this way, language should learn not only in the class, but language should learn with the help of technology. So my paper said that you should learn the English language with the help of technology. Thank you.
Hello. Dr. B.G. Yadav sir gives very informative information. Also, he presented the paper on role of English language in information technology. Yadav sir also gives the importance of English language in modern era of information technology and new technology, how they used in the classrooms, how by using the information technology, how we can develop our English language and give to the students. I'm very thankful for giving presentation, Dr. Yadav sir. Sir Patil sir, please hand over.
Next, Suraj Prasad Keshri. And the chairperson of this session is Mr. S.D. Maske.
Good afternoon to all teachers. I am Suraj Prasad Kesari, research scholar in Dr. C.V. Raman University, Kota, Bilaspur, Chhattisgarh. My paper title is Public Expression of a Hindi Sentence Classification in Twitter, Social Media using NLP. Some paper topics is abstract introduction, working procedure, some example of Twitter account, some example of negative, positive, and natural words as a data set, Venn diagram, then flow chart, research outcome, conclusion, and last one references. In my research, Hindi word have been divided on the basis of their negative, positive, and natural words. Today, Hindi sentence are very used in social media. Today, analyzing Hindi sentence through software application is a very difficult task. So, today in social media, comments written in a Hindi language are difficult to analyze by its words or sentence, but research has been done by the emotion and or by the rating. Today, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, etc. social media has more people commenting on Hindi. it is my working procedure. First one is web browser. Web browser, that means internet. Use a network domain. Then media platform. Social media platform. It is known as Twitter, Instagram, WhatsApp, Telegram, etc. Comment applications. Then search sentiment analysis, Hindi words language, then collect Hindi social media sentence, then use Hindi sentiment words, then comparison through coding. Negative Hindi sentence word scoring, then positive sentence word scoring, and last one is natural Hindi sentiment word scoring. Then result analysis. Some example of Twitter account. Suppose second one is क्योंकि चीनियों को हिंदी आती नहीं और अंग्रेजी बोलने वाले भी मुश्किल से मिलते हैं, क्योंकि इस हिंदी के शब्दों में वर्ब, नाउन, प्रोनाउन और एडवर्ब में मैंने इसे डिवाइड किया है, और इसके साथ साथ ही मैंने 3 और एक्स्ट्रा डिवाइड किए हैं इसमें, जिसमें निगेटिव, पॉजिटिव एंड नेचुरल जो वर्ड्स हैं उसे भी मैंने डिवाइड किया है. जैसे क्योंकि चीनियों को हिंदी आती नहीं और अंग्रेजी बोलने वालों की मुश्किल से मिलते हैं. तो वर्ब में जो मुश्किल, इसमें वर्ब है इस सेंटेंस में, और चीनिया और अंग्रेजी जो है वो नाउन है, जबकि इसमें प्रोनाउन नहीं है, सर्वनाम इसमें नहीं है. एडवर्ब में बोलने वाले जो शब्द हैं वो एडवर्ब है, इसमें क्रिया विशेषण के रूप में उपयोग किया गया है. इसमें हम केवल नहीं नेगेटिव वर्ड और पॉजिटिव वर्ड और नेचुरल वर्ड को हम अलग करेंगे, उसके लिए हम अलग से कॉलम बनाया गया है. नेगेटिव वर्ड में नहीं, पॉजिटिव वर्ड इसमें नहीं है, नहीं, एंड नेचुरल वर्ड भी नहीं है. इसी प्रकार से हम अलग अलग हिंदी के सेंटेंस के लिए हम अलग अलग जो वर्ब है, नाउन एंड प्रोनाउन एंड एडवर्ब को डिवाइड किए हैं. साथ ही साथ हम नेचुरल वर्ड्स और पॉजिटिव वर्ड्स और नेचुरल नेगेटिव वर्ड्स, पॉजिटिव वर्ड एंड नेचुरल वर्ड को हमने यहाँ पर डिवाइड किया है, और हिंदी के सेंटेंस का एक डेटा का सेट हमने तैयार किया. डेटा का सेट तैयार करने पे हम पाए कि नेगेटिव वर्ड्स में, जैसे सपोज नेगेटिव वर्ड्स, पॉजिटिव वर्ड्स और नेचुरल वर्ड्स को हमने डिवाइड किया, और कुछ महत्वपूर्ण जो वर्ड्स हैं उसे हमने एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे यहाँ पर दिखाया है, टेबल में दिखाया है. जैसे अकेले, बेचैन, नाराज, उदास, बुरा, अकेला, परेशान. सपोज निराश, मूर्ख, आक्रमण. इस वर्ड्स में निगेटिव लगभग पूरे वर्ड ही, इसमें 100% वर्ड्स निगेटिव वर्ड्स हैं, जबकि इस वर्ड्स में हमने कुछ वर्ड्स को निकाला है जहाँ पर नेगेटिव वर्ब भी हैं, क्रिया भी हैं, इनमें क्रिया वर्ड्स भी छुपे हुए हैं. जैसे बेचैन, नाराज, बुरा, निराश, मूर्ख, आक्रमण, दुखी, डरावना, सराहनीय. ये कुछ एग्जाम्पल्स हैं जो कि नेगेटिव वर्ब के हैं. इसी प्रकार से पॉजिटिव वर्ब, हिंदी वर्ड्स के लिए वर्ब भी जो है पॉजिटिव वर्ब भी हैं, और लेकिन लास्ट में हमने देखा कि नेचुरल हिंदी वर्ड्स में एक भी हमने नेचुरल वर्ब हमने नहीं पाया. जैसे कि झील, जंगल, खाड़ी, असली. इन वर्ड्स में ये सभी नेचुरल वर्ड्स हैं. इन नेचुरल वर्ड्स में क्रिया या वर्ब नहीं मिले हैं. इस प्रकार से टेबल में नोट करके मैंने यहाँ पर लिखा है. टोटल निगेटिव वर्ड्स 40 मैंने काउंट किया है. टोटल जिसमें निगेटिव वर्ब है वो 10 है, और उसी प्रकार से पॉजिटिव वर्ब में भी, पॉजिटिव वर्ड्स में भी 44 और पॉजिटिव वर्ब जो है इसमें 14 है. लेकिन निगेटिव हिंदी वर्ड्स में यहाँ पर एक भी जो है वर्ब नहीं प्राप्त हुए हैं. इसका मैंने वेन डायग्राम बनाया, जो कि सेट की तरह ही वेन डायग्राम है. ये वेन डायग्राम में NE दैट इज कॉल्ड नेगेटिव हिंदी वर्ड सेंटेंस है, और अंदर में जो सबसेट दिया हुआ है NV दैट इज कॉल्ड नेगेटिव वर्ब है. नेगेटिव वर्ब इज अ सबसेट ऑफ नेगेटिव हिंदी वर्ड्स. सिमिलरली positive Hindi word and positive verb. Positive verb is a subset of positive Hindi verb, and last one is a natural Hindi वर्ड इसमें कोई भी सबसेट नहीं है। एक मैंने ऐसा वेन डायग्राम डिज़ाइन किया। फ्लो चार्ट कुछ इस प्रकार का है। इंटरनेट ब्राउज़र, देन ओपन एप्लीकेशन, प्री प्रोसेसर, एप्लीकेशन जितने भी रहेंगे वो सारे प्री प्रोसेस करेंगे। देन चेकिंग, टैगिंग, हम सॉफ्टवेयर के द्वारा टैगिंग को चेक करेंगे। टैगिंग में पार्ट ऑफ स्पीच आएंगे। देन उसके बाद मैं इसमें कुछ एल्गोरिथम हाइब्रिड अप्रोच का और स्टैटिस्टिकल मेथड प्लस जो मशीन लर्निंग एल्गोरिथम है उसे मैंने इसमें ऐड किया। लास्ट में सेंटेंस को हम स्कोरिंग करते हैं। जो सेंटेंस की वैल्यू सबसे ज़्यादा होती है वो वर्ब जो होते हैं, वर्ड्स जो होते हैं वो या तो निगेटिव या तो पॉजिटिव या तो नेचुरल होंगे। लेकिन मैंने एक इसका हिंदी का जब डेटा सेट मैंने देखा नेट पे तो प्राप्त नहीं था। हिंदी का नेट डेटा सेट के लिए हमने एक ट्विटर और इंस्टाग्राम और व्हाट्सएप के सारे मैसेजेस को 1000 मैसेजेस को हमने लेकर एनालाइज किया और एनालाइज करके हम एक डेटा का सेट तैयार किए। डेटा का सेट तैयार करने के बाद हम सॉफ्टवेयर प्रोसेस में वर्क किए। हिंदी वर्क्स सेंटेंस 1000 सेंटेंस पे मैंने काम किया, जिसमें ट्विटर वर्ड्स जो है निगेटिव वर्ड्स 150, एक्यूरेसी उसकी 65% आई, पॉजिटिव सेंटेंस की जो वर्ड है वो 250, देन 72% एक्यूरेसी उसकी मिली। देन नेचुरल जो सेंटेंस है 100 ट्विटर जो ट्वीट्स हैं वो हमने लिया, 62% उसकी एक्यूरेसी मिली। इंस्टाग्राम ट्वीट्स में 50, 100 और 50 मैंने ऐसा कुछ डेटा हमने इनपुट के रूप में लिया जिसकी एक्यूरेसी 68%, 69%, देन 70% प्राप्त हुई। व्हाट्सएप पे 100, 150 और 50 मैंने एक्यूरेसी रेट 63, 75 और 73 प्राप्त हुई। एग्रीगेट जो है निगेटिव सेंटेंस की जो एक्यूरेसी है, निगेटिव सेंटेंस की जो एक्यूरेसी है वो 65, 72 एंड 65 जो है वो प्राप्त हुई। टोटल मैंने इसमें सेंटेंस हिंदी वर्ड के सेंटेंस 1000 सेंटेंस मैंने लिया, जिसमें से इसकी टोटल एक्यूरेसी 68.55 प्राप्त हुई। जब मैंने कंक्लूड किया, कंक्लूजन में हमने पाया कि द सेंटेंस क्लासिफिकेशन मॉडल टू टेस्ट 1000 सेंटेंस हैज बीन टेकन। The Twitter tweets 500 Hindi sentence positive, negative and natural to tested and got accuracy rate is 66.33. The Instagram 200 Hindi sentence getting the positive, negative and natural to test and got accuracy rate is 69%. The WhatsApp tweets is 300 Hindi sentences I am giving. Then positive, negative and natural words accuracy is 70%. Total average accuracy is 69%. It is a unique sentiment method for analyzing a Hindi tweets. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Suraj Prasad Kesri have presented very important information about public expressions on Hindi social media. Also, he divides the verb, adverb, noun, pronoun in Hindi sentences. Really, it is very excellent and informative for the others. So thank you so much, sir. It is very good. Thank you so much.
So next, BT Shinde from Chemical Sciences, and chairperson of this session is Bhagat sir, Dr. Bhagat.
Hi friend, myself BT Shinde, Department of Chemistry, Art, Commerce, Science, College, Hulanja. I am presenting here the research article on greener method for the synthesis of silver nanoparticles by using leaf and bark extract of the widely available Indian plant Gracenia indica, characterizations and antimicrobial activity. Introduction. This is biosynthetic route, that is the use of Gracina indica leaves and bark extract for the synthesis of silver nanoparticles. Here, the Gracina indica extract act as a stabilizing and reducing agent for the silver nanoparticles. Then next one, the experimental details. In the synthesis of silver nanoparticles, there are 4 different steps are involved in the step. First, the preparation of leaf and bark extract of the Gracina indica. In this, the 10 gram of dry powder mixed with the 100 ml of distilled water and boiled for 20 minutes. After this materials cooled and the centrifuged for about 20 minutes, and the supernatant liquid is collected, and this procedure is repeated twice, and the filtrate is stored in 4 degrees Celsius, and this powder is used for the 0.02 molar of AgNO3 solutions. The next one, the synthesis of silver nanoparticles from Gracina indica leaves and the bark extract in with 27.5 ml of 0.02 molar AgNO3 solution in 1:2:78 ratio. In this, the conical flask is covered and kept in 400 degrees Celsius temperature in microwave for about 6 minutes. It was noticed that the color of solution turned from yellowish to dark brown. This indicates the formation of silver nanoparticles. This process is repeated for the Gracina indica bark extract, and it is found that the same result for the both leaves as well as bark. Microbial activity of silver nanoparticles by agar-well diffusion method. The silver nanoparticles by agar-well diffusion method, in this the gram-positive and gram-negative bacteria as well as fungus Aspergillus niger were selected for the test of antimicrobial activity of biosynthesized silver nanoparticles. In this, the antimicrobial activity was measured by diameter of inhibition zone formed around the well. Then the characterization of the silver nanoparticles. In the silver nanoparticles is characterized by the UV visible spectrum. In above graphical representation, the addition of Gracina indica plant extract resulting in the color change, and we found the peak at 400 to 420 nanometer, and it is shown that the resonance phenomenon. The next one, FTIR analysis. From the graphical representation of IR spectra, the strong vibration around the 1113 to 34 16.28 per centimeter, it is observed that the presence of COC, CH and C double bond C, NH2, OH group stretching frequency respectively. Then FESEM analysis. The above images of the same of silver nanoparticles forming higher particle with less porous features. The next one, XRD analysis. The graphical representation of XRD analysis. The crystalline size of silver nanoparticles was analyzed by using XRD spectra. It was found that the size of the silver nanoparticles are ranged in between 1 to 20 nanometers. Then the Ag content in the silver nanoparticles was analyzed in ICP-AES. It was found that in the 500 milligram of silver nanoparticles there is 15.65 milligram and 21.41 milligram in leaves and bark of Gracina indica plant respectively. Then the antimicrobial activity of the silver nanoparticles. In here, the zone of inhibitions, there are the antimicrobial activity of the silver nanoparticles checked for the E. coli, SRS and A. Niger's, we found that in bark and leaves, 0.8 mm to 0.7 mm for E. coli and standard penicillin 1.14 mm. There is 0.7 mm to 0.7 mm, 4.1 mm, and for a Niger 0.9 mm, 1.2 mm, 1.8 mm. These are the antimicrobial activity of the silver nanoparticles. And then the last one, the silver nanoparticles successfully synthesized in the biosynthetic materials. This method is a green synthesis and environmentally friendly and characterized by the different spectroscopically. The silver nanoparticle shows the excellent antimicrobial activity toward the different types of bacteria. Thank you.
Thank you, Cindy. Yes, sir. Thank you, Cindy, sir. Your work is very nice. The subject topic is a very good topic because there are many plants which we can use as a medicine. So this work is very nice. So thank you so much.
Next, Mr. Sumit Mhatre from management, and the chairperson of this session is Mrs. V.S. Bhosle.
Hello, good morning all. Today, I, Mr. Sumit Mhatre from Pillai HOC College of Arts, Science and Commerce, here is going to present my research paper on developing of attendance management system. On behalf of my college, I would like to thank ICS College of Arts, Commerce and Science, Khet Ratnagiri, for inviting us and organizing 2 days international conference on emerging advancement and challenges in science, technology and management. So today I am going to present my paper on attendance management system. So let us see what attendance management system. It is an app-based technology for students who are in college and who are in school. So the introduction for my paper is attendance management system is an app for daily attendance of students. The app makes users of database in order to keep a record of attendance and is used while generating a report for individual student. The system is fully controlled by administrator about the staff's profile, students information, students attendance. The lecturer can view the students attendance that has been saved in the database. Now the aim and objectives behind this app is data of student will be maintained without using any manual effort. Parents get the SMS about their ward status day to day. Easy to generate the report, rapid access to any information regarding the students' attendance. Now, why this app is prepared, as we all are professors over here, teachers and professors. So, as you know, it is very difficult and it is very boring job to mark the attendance in the register or in a file been given than to generate the blacklist or the attendance defaulter list. We have to count all these things, and which is a very hectic job. So to reduce all these things, we have come with the app where you have to fill the attendance online or offline. It is the app work offline also as well as online also. So once it is been recorded, it will record all these things and the whatever material we want, like generating the attendance percentage, then the defaulter list, and after defaulters, who are the students who are in defaulter, their parents will get an intimation, the notification via SMS, right? All these reports will be generated. Now we will see how all the app works. So this is the system architect. Here there will be a login, then an authentication. There will be authentication. This app will be handled by admin as well as faculty. Now admin has to fill students data, faculty data, then the subjects which faculty teach that will be generated into or gathered into a database. Then faculty has to upload the attendance. In the sense they have to mark the attendance. Then the attendance will be viewed in the database. Once this data has been gathered, after this the reports will be generated and SMS will be sent to the parent. This is how a system architecture is. Then we will see the case diagram like this. The admin will be handled by faculty, then the subject, then the report generation and SMS broadcast. Then they can change the password, and after that they can log out. Then this is regarding the faculty. Previously we have seen about the admin. Now this is about faculty. Faculty has to upload the attendance, view the attendance, and then log out. View the attendance in the sense if we have missed any mark attendance, we can remark it. And once all these things is done, you can log out. Then proposed system. Now what was the proposed system? Proposed system is easy analysis of data, better use interface, reduce dependency on natural resources for people, easy generation of summary of attendance. As I said in the previous slide that as we are teachers and it is very hectic job to mark the attendance and to generate the data. So this, because of this app, it will make us our job easy. This is how the interface will be looked. We are working on this app. The app is in progress. Once this app will be done, we are going to do a trial and error. So this is our research project. So this is how the app interface will be looked. These are a few screenshots been taken of the app. Thank you. This is how our app is going to work.
Am I audible, Patil sir? Hello.
Madam, are you are audible?
Sumit Matre sir, thanks for you because you are presenting very useful information. Management is necessary for each and every sector, and Sumit sir has very good explain how to use technology in management. Once again, thanks to Sumit sir for participating in this 2 days international conference and share your valuable knowledge. Thanks, Patil sir.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Now, last paper presenter is Mr. Bharose N.A. from Physical Sciences, and the chairperson of this session is S.V. Maske sir.
To all of you, myself Bharose Nandakishore, working as junior lecturer in physics subject at R.B. Atal College, Geurai, district Bid. My paper presentation topic is a comparative dielectric study of methanol water and polyethylene glycol 300 water mixture using TDR time domain reflectometry for study dielectric parameters of methanol water and PEG 300 water mixture with the help of TDR of frequency range 10 MHz to 20 GHz. In this relaxation time gives orientation relation between two mixtures and dielectric constant and Kirkwood correlation factor have been studied for molecular interaction between two mixtures. Primary alcohol methanol is hydrogen bonded alcohol having formula CS3OH which contain one carbon atom. Methanol water mixtures dielectric properties have been studied previously. Alcohols are an associating liquid that can donate and accept the hydrogen bonds in the water mixtures. Extensive experimental dielectric studies have been carried out on alcohol water mixtures in order to investigate the hydrogen bond structure and intermolecular relation. Polyethylene glycol, may also called as PEG, have chemical formula C2NH4n plus 2ON plus 1 of molecular weight 300. Methanol and PEG 300, both the liquids have industrial importance and also soluble in water. Therefore, in this paper, our interest to study comparative differences of dielectric properties of this aqueous solution. Here, to study dielectric parameters of methanol water and polyethylene glycol 300 water mixture with the help of TDR of the frequency range 10 MHz to 20 GHz. The Hewlett-Packard HP 54750 sampling oscilloscope is used. A TDR plug-in module has been used. A fast rising step voltage pulse of about 40 ps rise time was propagated through a coaxial line system. All measurements were done under open load conditions. First, the reflected pulse R1T. First, the reflected pulse R1T and RXT without and with sample in the cell, respectively, was recorded. The pulse reflected to the sample RXT was compared with the reflected pulse with sample R1T. Result and discussion. The dielectric relaxation parameter, namely such as static dielectric constant, means epsilon 0, relaxation time tau, and distribution parameter alpha and beta, are obtained by the non-linear least square method to the Haveling-Negmans expression. This is the expression. With epsilon 0, epsilon, tau, alpha and beta are the fitted parameters. The equation includes the Kolkol, deviation Cole, and Debye relaxation model. The first graph is for static dielectric constant. In this graph, the static permittivity increases. The concentration of water in methanol increases. Similar pattern is observed in static dielectric constant of PEG 300 water mixture. PEG 300 water mixture have same pattern like methanol water mixture, but methanol water mixture have greater values than the PEG 300 water mixture. In this graph, we see methanol and water mixture is greater value and PEG 300 is lower value than the methanol value. Okay, this is due to the larger number of carbon atoms in PEG 300 than methanol. Dielectric constant of pure PEG 300 is nearly double than the pure methanol. After that, second graph shows the relaxation time. Relaxation time tau of methanol water and PEG 300 mixtures as shown in second graph. The relaxation time decreases as the concentration of water increases in both the mixtures. But the relaxation time of PEG 300 water mixture decreases sharply as compared to methanol water mixture. There is large difference in relaxation time between methanol and PEG 300 because due to extra carbon atom in PEG 300 and molecules of PEG 300 are more bulky than the methanol. After that, relaxation time, the Kirkwood correlation factor as determined from the dielectric constant gives information about collective orientation correlation between molecules. The calculation of Kirkwood correlation factor G provides information regarding a molecular orientation by neighboring molecule. When the molecules tend to direct themselves with parallel dipole moment, G will be greater than unity. If the molecule prefer an ordering with anti-parallel dipoles, G will be smaller than unity. For a mixture, the Kirkwood correlation factor G can be expressed as follows. This is the formula. After that, where I equal to 1 and 2 represent water and alcohol respectively as their dipole moment in gas phase, is the density, K is Boltzmann constant, T is the temperature, and are the static dielectric constant and dielectric constant at high frequency, is the Kirkwood correlation factor for the ith liquid system. The interpretation of the dielectric phenomena in terms of Kirkwood correlation factor is very difficult to mixtures of associating compound. In the first model, we assume that the mixture can be represented by one correlation factor G effective as follows. To calculate G effective value, we have taken dipole moment of methanol, PEG 300 and water as 1.70D, 3.91D and 1.84D respectively. The value epsilon is taken as the square of the refractive index data. We believe that G effective defined by equation 3 as a reasonable measure of the molecular correlation. The observed values greater than unity in water methanol and water PEG mixture shows that the value of water methanol and water PEG mixture is nearly same. The high values of G effective indicate average parallel orientation of electric dipole in a molecule. It can be seen that water is added in methanol and PEG 300 at regular steps in the mixtures. The value G if G effective nearly constant. The correlation factor is essentially connected to the total orientation polarization and the dominating contribution to it is embodied in. To calculate the Kirkwood correlation factor from equation 3 is not fully legitimate since in the investigating binary system, the water methanol, water polyethylene glycol and methanol PEG correlation exist. It is impossible to determine and from a single value of the static dielectric constant without some assumption. In the second model, the Kirkwood correlation factor for individual species I equal to 1, 2 and 2 are modified by assumed by methanol water PEG water mixture that two kinds of intermolecular hydrogen bonds exist. One is the hydrogen bond between the water molecule, another is the hydrogen bond between the methanol, PEG and water molecules. This new correlation and described by the relation as follows. This is the formula for G1 and this is formula for G2. Okay, this graph shows variation of values for methanol and PEG 300 with water mixtures. The blue line indicate the methanol and pink line indicate the PEG 300. Values for different methanol and PEG 300 with water mixture. Okay, from this graph we see the value of G1 and here the value of G2. Last one is conclusion. In this paper, comparative dielectric study have been done between methanol and PEG 300 aqueous solution. Static dielectric constant of both the mixture have same pattern, but there is large difference in PEG 300 water mixture and methanol water mixture due to maximum number of carbon atoms in PEG 300. Relaxation time of methanol water mixture have smaller values than PEG 300 water mixture because molecules of PEG 300 are more bulky. We found the Kirkwood correlation factor for both mixture shows nearly similar association effect. Thank you.
Mr. Bharose Yane presented a paper on a comparative dialectic study of methanol water and PG 300 water mixtures using TDR very nicely, and I hope this is very informative information to the participants. And if there is any query or questions regarding to this paper, they should ask or write in chat box of this group. Okay, thank you, sir. Bharose sir, thank you. Patil sir, hand.
Thank you. Finally, I would like to conclude today's international conference with the vote of thanks. First of all, I would like to thank our management of institute, who's every time stay behind us and promote to organize such types of events. And also on behalf of organizing team of the conference, I would like to thank all the delegates, resource persons, participants, researchers, PG students for cooperating us and very informative informations are interacted to each other with the help of this event. And also, I would like to say thanks for all these technical staff. Without technical staff, we can't complete such types of event. And I also thankful to all these directly and indirectly connected with us. Without any support, we can't complete such types of event. Without any support with the direct and indirect supporters. Thank you once again. On the permission of organizing
Patil
chairman.
sir, पाटील सर एक नोटिंग आहे, एक नोट आहे, मी ग्रुपवर टाकली तशी. आपले सर्टिफिकेट हार्ड कॉपी मध्ये देणार आहे, त्याच्यामुळे फीडबॅक व्यवस्थित केअरफुली फिलअप करावा.
Please fill
Number
the feedback carefully, because your certificates hard copy should be provided to you.
And second, don't leave the group before receiving certificate and soft copy of journal.
Okay, thank you once again. Thank you to all.
Thank you.